Yeah, taking off all this good day. Just being honest for your sake. Wanna be savoring the last bite, and I'll take it in. No, I don't really mind if I do. Keep trying to slow down and keep it cool. Just get a glance from this point of view, and then I'm done. Do you wanna see it? Do you wanna believe it? Give me all your reasons not to give in. Tell me all your secrets. Whisper like you mean it. Taking all of your reasons, knocking them to the ground. Do you wanna see it? Do you wanna believe it? Give me all your reasons not to give in. Tell me all your secrets. Whisper like you mean it. Taking all of your reasons, knocking them to the ground.
Hello. My name is Caroline El-Semman. I am the founder of Little Jungle School of Early Childhood in Peckham. We believe that the early years are a fundamental part of all human beings' journey to become strong and competent adults. The first 5 years of a child's life are a crucial period of their development. Of course, we do teach the children vital skills like numeracy and literacy, but more importantly, this is when the foundation for future learning and health is established. In these early years, children learn to express their ideas and find their voice. They develop their social skills as well as their critical thinking skills. they also develop a strong sense of self. With more and more families needing to have both parents go to work, early years professionals like me have an important responsibility to expose children to rich learning experiences. With us, they can develop and practice all of these important skills which they can put to use in the future. It is short-sighted to think about the early years as just care, or as a means of preparing children for literacy and numeracy skills only. We need to be ambitious for all children, to help them develop numeracy skills so that they can start primary school with equal potential they were born with. Without this strong foundation, some children may never catch up. This will lead to further, probably more expensive interventions being needed at a later date. It may mean teachers trying to give them extra help being taken away from the rest of the class, or those unprepared children falling further behind. We need to make sure every child has the opportunities they deserve. We're already starting to see the change that a government can make. Hundreds of thousands of working parents can now get extra help with their childcare, with 15 hours government-funded early education each week for children aged 9 months and older. The government are setting up breakfast clubs in every primary school so that children can start their day ready to learn. They're funding 300 new or expanded nurseries, which will open to the school for the next school year, and speech and language support for young children so that every child can find their voice. And they're supporting parents too in this very, very important time. With paternity leave and maternity leave being protected so working parents can spend time with their family. This government will keep going to help children like the ones that I work with and make sure every child gets the best start in life. Thank you.
Hi, my name is James.
My name is Michelle.
Hello, my name's Olwen.
The cost of living crisis really hit my family hard. Most of my family members are on prepayment energy meters, so when prices first started to increase, they often have to decide whether to top up the electricity bills or gas bills, often not being able to do both.
So the cost of living crisis has affected us fairly severely, and our hope is that with these changes, it will be a lot more manageable for us, or at least the other costs, like cost of living, which has been going up, will either go down or even just remain the same and stop increasing at the rate that they are. That's all been really challenging, and it's really positive to hear that the government want to raise living standards, that they have a commitment to that.
I support the government's pledge to increase living standards, as that will provide families the ability to afford the basics again, and also to provide them with hope towards the future.
Finding affordable, suitable accommodation has been almost impossible.
I'm 27 now, and as I look towards the future, I want to get onto the property ladder to help give the security and stability that I need to help start plan for a family.
My daughter is young at the minute, she's only 5, but when she grows up I want her to be able to more easily own her own home, and it doesn't seem like that's really possible at the minute.
So I support the government in building lots and lots of new homes. There are lots of people that need stable living conditions, stable bases, people that want to buy or rent homes, depending on their situation, that aren't currently able to because of the market and because of the availability of it.
The government's plan to build 1.5 million additional homes will not only help first-time buyers, but also people looking to move further up the ladder like myself.
Hello, I'm Billie-Jean Daniels. I'm an outreach teacher at the Royal Free Hospital Children's School. I'm a mum of two girls, and a proud nanny BB, and I live in North London. I was diagnosed with and treated for breast cancer just over 2 years ago. I went to see my GP about a lump that I'd found, and she referred me to have it checked out. It took weeks and weeks to find out what kind of cancer I had, how advanced it was, and to start my treatment. Waiting was torturous. It was all I could think about, and my heart goes out to anybody that has to wait. When you're told you have an aggressive, highly recurring cancer, it is terrifying, and you just want to have it removed from your body. It was a torturous wait for my 2 beautiful daughters, for my mum, my dad, and for my friends. And in some ways, it felt harder for them at times than it even did for me. Once I started my treatment, everything fell into place and worked brilliantly, like a well-oiled machine. So getting into the system can be a struggle, but once in, I had such amazing care at the Royal Free Hospital. So following my treatment, chemotherapy, surgery, radiotherapy, targeted treatment, I found it incredibly tough. I struggle both physically and with my mental health. I'm so appreciative for the fantastic support network around me, including Maggie's Cancer Charity. Thank you. Cancer feels so prevalent for me. I've lost recently family members and friends to cancer, and a younger, very lovely friend of mine in her early 30s is having treatment for recurrence. She's had to have some of her eggs frozen in an attempt to fulfill her dream of becoming a mum in the future. She's had medical menopause caused by chemotherapy. So having an awareness of so many people with cancer, and through my own life experiences, it's highlighted how vital it is that we invest in our precious and amazing NHS. I want to see an NHS where everyone who needs it gets the tests and the treatment that they need when they need it. And importantly, the support they need to cope with it and adjust back to their life after treatment. And I know that that's what Keir Starmer's government wants too. I was determined to do everything that I could do to fight. But without the NHS and the treatment that I received, I would not be here today. Modern medicine can be a lifesaver, but we need to fund it to make it happen. That's why I am thrilled to see this government prioritising ending the backlog so that people can be seen more quickly. Nobody with cancer should ever have to rely on being lucky. Thank you.
To walk to the town centre and was jumped by 3 males with a knife to his throat, saying, "Do not report, otherwise you and your family are at risk." It makes you question your own vulnerability in your community, on who's looking out for each other. It makes you think that, as the wife of the victim, that you're helpless to help them, and so you have antisocial behaviour has a profound effect on those people that are experiencing it, whether it's a short-term thing or a longer term, into years maybe. I really do welcome the initiatives and the proposals that the government are bringing in around neighbourhood policing, making it the strongest neighbourhood policing that we've seen in a number of years to help support the communities, because being able to do it is really, really important, because that has a knock-on effect to even the minutest antisocial behaviour in our communities. So success for me would look like, and for the community, is that there is a higher trust and confidence in reporting, but also in the prevention of crime in the first place. But it is welcome that we see more people and more police on the beat. We as communities have a role to play, the police have a role to play, the councils, the government. Everybody has a part to play in this. What I would like to see in 5 years' time is that the government has been seen as trying to get to or achieving those goals. So I'm acknowledging it's going to be a hard journey. It's going to be a challenging journey. But if the government are really, really pushing for those results, then I wish them the best of luck.
Good morning, everyone. I want to start today by thanking everyone who's shared their story. This is why I do my job, to change the lives of working people. The Prime Minister will show today how our plan for change will do just that, with an unrelenting focus on the issues that people really care about. And it's an absolute pleasure to welcome you to Pinewood Studios, where so much magic has been made over the years. Fantastic films which showcase the best of British innovation, from Star Wars to Superman. Cleaning up the mess that we've inherited feels like a job for a superhero. But this isn't fiction or fantasy. It's down to a Labour government to do the job we have done throughout history. As Clement Attlee built the hundreds of thousands of homes for heroes from the rubble of the Second World War, Nye Bevan created a national health service helping everyone based on their needs and not their ability to pay. Barbara Castle and Harold Wilson secured equal pay with women unionising in the workplace. And Tony Blair and Gordon Brown tackled child poverty and rebuilt our public services from the ground up. Now this Labour government, under Keir's leadership, must achieve the growth and the better living standards that every part of the country needs and every person in the country desperately needs and deserves. And we're already rebuilding Britain in partnership with working people, focusing on their priorities. We know that fixing the failures of the past will be a massive challenge. But our mission-led approach to government is about tackling them head-on. We will get Britain back on its feet. We'll create the good jobs, new homes and strong communities that are the foundation of a good life. We know how missions can drive our country forward. We've seen it before when the last Labour government pledged to end child poverty within a generation. That commitment changed my life. I've seen firsthand and had first-hand experience of what a mission-led government can do. In the opportunities it creates, the communities it builds, and the trust that it forges between the government and the people it serves. I stand before you as Deputy Prime Minister thanks to the last mission-led Labour government, and I'm proud to be part of another serving you today. Change has already begun with a £22 billion boost to get our NHS back on its feet and tackle the waiting list. Great British Energy turbocharging the drive for clean energy. Investment in our buses and putting railways back on the path to public ownership. And new rights and protections for renters and bold action to deliver safe and affordable housing. Free breakfast clubs launched. A new generation of teachers being recruited to create opportunity for the next generation. A £12 an hour minimum wage. And our pro-worker, pro-business New Deal for working people. A New Deal that we put before Parliament within 100 days, that will raise living standards and security at work for over 10 million people. That is more action for working people in the last 5 months than the Tories managed in 14 years. And the incredible expansion planned here for Pinewood Studios mirrors the growth we want to unleash around the country. Raising living standards to heal economic and social hardship, transforming our transport system, fixing our broken housing market and delivering for safe, affordable, decent homes and the infrastructure that we desperately need. Partnering with local leaders, business and civil society to ignite good growth in our towns and cities. Labour isn't afraid to be bold, and that is what this country needs. We will deliver the most ambitious but achievable programme for a government in a generation. To create a fairer Britain, where families have more money in their pockets, fair pay for a fair day's work, good jobs and opportunity to thrive, where no one is written off or left behind, a Labour government with working people at its heart. That's our plan for change, and we're united behind it. And above all, it's a plan that shows we've listened to you and that we will continue to listen. And on that note, before I finish, I'd like to invite you to listen to Bliss. Like so many others, Bliss delivers the change we want to see every day, keeping people warm in their homes with renewable energy. Thank you for being here today, and over to you, Bliss.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bliss Cunneen, and I absolutely love my job. I'm a plumber, officially known as a low-carbon heating support engineer, installing heat pumps for Octopus Energy. Every day, I get to help regular people enjoy the benefits of cheap, renewable energy in their homes while contributing to the UK's goal of net zero. I take pride in my work, and as someone worried about our climate, I feel really good about the change I'm helping to deliver. But it's been a journey to get here. When I left school, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I signed up to uni because that felt like the traditional route to a job, but I didn't enjoy it and couldn't see a career after study. I cut it short and decided to do what makes me happy. Becoming a plumber wasn't easy at the start. It's hard to get work if you haven't been an apprentice, and some companies don't create the opportunities for those starting out that Octopus has. But the rewards on the other side have been worth it. A couple of weeks ago, I did an install for a retired couple. It wasn't an easy job, and a bit of problem solving was required. Each day they cooked us a different lunch, which was so generous. And on the last day, I bought them flowers to say thank you. And that's what gets me out of bed each morning, is helping people. You hear a lot of stories about heat pumps, but most of them are not true. For me, it's not a competition with gas. It's just what saves on bills and what saves the planet. I'm already seeing people's attitudes changing. In just the space of a year, people are much more supportive. So, Prime Minister, my message today is to keep going with the clean energy mission. There are so many more heat pumps we can be installing, and they make such a difference to reducing our emissions. So thank you for making this agenda happen. Thanks for supporting clean technology, and thank you for supporting jobs like mine. I know we're making a real difference, and this is why I'm delighted to introduce today the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Ange, and thank you to all of our speakers, speaking so powerfully about things that really, really matter. And Bliss, that was incredible. And Bliss has never spoken in public like this, from a stage like this before in her life. I saw her about half an hour, 45 minutes ago, a little apprehensive, but you absolutely nailed it there, Bliss. Well done, and what an amazing contribution. An amazing contribution you're already making to our country, so thank you for that. And as Anne said, it is really great to be here at the iconic Pinewood Studios, the spiritual home of Britain's film industry. And, you know, the leader of the opposition thinks that if you do a couple of shifts in McDonald's, then you can become working class. So by that logic, if I keep coming back here, I could be the next James Bond. But this really is an incredible place. I'm sure you felt it when you came in. Countless Oscars produced here. An engine of growth which supports 8,000 jobs. And more than that, a beacon to the world of British creative brilliance. So I'm delighted to be here to launch our plan for change. Because this is about who we are as a nation. How do we project our values, fight for our values, show our strength in an ever more volatile world? But also to show to the British people that their country can still do great things. And to be honest, not just great things, things that they should be able to take for granted, the basic functions of the state. Take the NHS mentioned earlier, because perhaps more than any other institution, it represents the bigger us. Millions owe everything to it, and 2 of them are here. My family, of course, no difference. And I know I've said this before, but I would not be here without the NHS. It's the reason my mum was able to have children when she was first told, aged 11, that that would never happen. And that's because the NHS never gave up on her. And behind every single door in this country, there's a family with their own version of these stories. And yet here we are. The NHS, even the NHS, losing the trust of the British public, record dissatisfaction, unable to provide the timely care and dignity that Britain relies on, a precious contract between the state and the people, broken by public services in crisis, unable to perform their basic functions, broken by an economy that leaves millions working harder just to stand still, and broken by politicians who promised change and never delivered. Broken, but not beyond repair. Because one thing the British people do know in their bones is that this is a great nation. No matter how tough things are for their family and their community, they know that. And they're right. Because they recognise it in themselves. After all, in the last 14 years, they tightened their belts when they were told, we're all in it together. They closed ranks to defeat a deadly virus. And they never once wavered in their commitment to stand with Ukraine. And all they asked for in return was a government to meet them halfway. And there's hope in that. The hope of a government finally able to match their ambition with a credible plan for unlocking their potential. A great nation, rediscovering it can do great things, renewing that contract with the people, delivering the change that they voted for. But that's the catch, isn't it? The purpose of this government is to make our public services and our economy work for working people, strengthen our country in a world that increasingly preys on weakness. It's a cause that demands nothing less than the full power of government. Yet that's precisely what's broken, isn't it? As I've said a number of times, fixing the foundations is like finding damp in your wall. You can paint over it and get the hairdryer out and dry it. All done that. Hope it goes away. Or you can strip it out, rip out the plaster, and deal with the problem once and for all. But unless we fundamentally reform the way government goes about its business, unless we first change how we try to change the country, then the hairdryer is all we've got. And this is a big job. Prisons overflowing, the NHS on its knees, a £22 billion black hole in our public finances, which, to put that in context, is nearly half of what we spend on defence of our country. Now, I don't want to use that as an excuse. I expect to be judged on my ability to deal with it. And the work of change has begun. £25 billion invested in the NHS. Asylum returns up 53%. The minimum wage raised by a record amount. Stabilising the economy, fixing the foundations, clearing up the mess so we can take the country forward with our missions. Now, that doesn't happen by accident. There's no investment in our public services without difficult decisions. No solution to the housing crisis without approving controversial development. And no taking our country forward without levelling with you honestly about the trade-offs we must face together. Now, the path of change is long, it's hard, there are a few thanks in the short term. But mark my words, with this plan for change, we will stick to it, country first, party second. So in that country first spirit, we change our plan, a plan for change, a plan that does two things at the same time. First, it doubles down on our national missions, a strategy that, for all the turbulence of the world around us, has remained robust since we published it nearly 2 years ago. A strategy that will give the government and the nation, whether in calm or choppy waters, the stabilising certainty of the clear destination, guide us towards a decade of national renewal. Yes, some will say, we've heard these missions before. Where's the rabbit out the hat? In Westminster, they always say that. But I make no apologies for sticking to our plan, and no apologies for fixing the eyes of Whitehall, not on the distraction of Westminster, but on the long-term good of our country. However, to drive those missions forward in this Parliament and show our progress towards them, today we publish new milestones, measurable milestones, that will also give the British people the power to hold our feet to the fire. Because that accountability, that is part of how we shift the focus in Westminster towards long-term change. Second, our plan commits Whitehall to mission-led government, an approach to governing that won't just deliver change, but also itself, fix the foundations and make no mistake, plan will land on desks across Whitehall with the heavy thud of a gauntlet being thrown down. A demand, given the urgency of our times, for a state that is more dynamic, more decisive, more innovative, less hostile to devolution and letting things go. On the deployment of technology, harnessing its power to rethink services, rather than replicate the status quo in digital form. Artificial intelligence is particularly crucial here, an unprecedented opportunity for this country. We are strong already, and we must become stronger still. And we must also tear down the walls of Whitehall, let the nation in, a state that builds its capacity through partnership, rather than viewing itself as the only source of expertise. Because ultimately, mission-led government is a plan for the nation, a partnership. Businesses, charities, campaigners, unions, investors, England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, the people of these islands, all pulling in the same direction, all focused on taking our country forward. Because at the end of the day, we all have a stake in change. We all look forward and see the same horizon. We all feel the burden of where we are as a country. The contract which must be repaired is ours. And that requires change. So this is our plan. It begins, as we set out in our manifesto, with strong foundations: economic stability, national security, border security. Those fundamentals never change, and we will never risk them. That's the argument we made and continue to make about the values of a changed Labour Party, serving the real concerns of working people, not changing the conversation, not walking away or talking down to them. And that's not just about immigration, but as ever, that shows the argument. Take these statistics that were published last week, which revealed with total clarity how the Tories lost control of immigration, opened the borders deliberately to cover up the extent of their economic stagnation. Zero regard for the damage to trust in politics. Absolutely unforgivable. Now, this government will reduce immigration, legal and illegal, because that is what working people want. And not just on migration itself, also the way that they want the economy to grow for them. That is absolutely the change that we promised at the election. And we're not hanging around. We're clearing the asylum backlog, processing thousands more claims than when we came to office, returns of foreign national offenders up 29%, on track for the highest overall number of returns for 6 years. That is what dealing with the problem seriously looks like. A much more meaningful deterrent than spraying taxpayers' money up the wall or the ridiculous Rwanda gimmick. And then, on those strong foundations, we rebuild Britain with our national missions, driven forward in the harsh light of accountability by the milestones for this Parliament. 1, higher living standards in every region of the country as we target the highest sustained growth in the G7. So working people have more money in their pocket. The burden of the cost of living crisis no longer intruding on the joy of their family life. 2, Britain rebuilt with 1.5 million new homes. So the security I enjoyed when I was growing up, the base camp aspiration of home ownership, doesn't move further and further away from working class families like mine. 3, safer streets, more police on the beat, stamping out antisocial behaviour in every community. Because nobody should feel insecure in the streets that they call home. 4, the best start in life for every child, with a record proportion of 5-year-olds starting school ready to learn. Because it's a scandal, an affront to the British value of equal respect, if we do not give every child, whatever their background, a fair chance to succeed. 5, clean power by 2030, homegrown British energy, making our country more secure. So never again can a tyrant like Putin attack the living standards of working people. Waiting lists in our NHS cut. The 18-week target from referral to treatment finally met. A symbol of the NHS back on its feet, facing the future, dignity and care restored to millions. some people, that's pretty brave. You've seen the books now. You know how hard that NHS milestone is. Building 1.5 million homes is ambitious, perhaps a little too ambitious. And look, I'll be honest, they're right. We face an almighty challenge to hit these milestones by the end of this Parliament. Like I say, we're starting from ground zero. Waiting lists over 7 million. Housing starts and permission the lowest for a decade. 1 in 3 children not ready for school at the age of 5. And that's kids in reception who aren't starting to read. They're struggling to speak. And, you know, in fact, given our inheritance, let's say on housing starts, clearly, if we don't turbocharge house building with reform, we won't meet that milestone. And if that level of candour surprises you, then honestly, it shouldn't. After all, what is the point of setting a target that you can deliver without bold action? That's not public service. That's political cynicism. No, the job of these milestones is to take our country forward, drive reform through the public sector. It's not about making the government look good. So yes, they are risky for us. Country first, party second. Because that is something we've totally lost sight of in British politics. And to be honest, across Whitehall as well. I don't think there's a swamp to be drained here. But I do think that too many people in Whitehall are comfortable in the tepid bath of managed decline, have forgotten, to paraphrase JFK, that you choose change not because it's easy, but because it's hard. Now, I totally get that when trust in politics is so low, we must be careful about the promises we make. But across Whitehall and Westminster, that's been internalised as a don't say anything, don't try anything too ambitious, set target, inflation target, for example. And then they wonder why working people won't give you a pat on the back. Wonder why working people no longer believe that politics can make a real difference to their lives. Our plan for change is a break, both with the unrealistic bluster of Boris Johnson, but also with the acceptance of decline that was Rishi Sunak's 5 pledges. Our plan for change is the most ambitious and credible programme for government in a generation, and we embrace the risk that comes with it. Because if there was no jeopardy, if there was no resistance, no blockages or impediments for us to remove, then as sure as night follows day, that will be a sign that we're not serious about delivering change. And I will never do that. The mandate was for change, and change is what we will deliver. So to those who still need to hear it, change and reform are coming. That's what this plan means. Productivity in the public sector is 2.6% lower than this time last year. 8.5% down compared with just before the pandemic. Now, that would not be accepted in any other sector or walk of life. And I'm not going to subsidise it with ever-rising taxes on the British people. Take our neighbourhood policing guarantee as an example. That will deliver 13,000 extra neighbourhood police, visible on the beat, cracking down on antisocial behaviour, a named contactable officer in every community, a relief for millions of people scared to walk their own streets. That pledge is only made possible because we're matching investment with reform, standardising procurement, streamlining specialist capabilities like digital forensics, ending the madness of each of our 43 forces purchasing their own cars and their own uniforms. Or take our planning system, a blockage in our economy that is so big it obscures an entire future, stops this country building roads, grid connections, laboratories, train lines, warehouses, wind farms, power stations, you name it. A chokehold on the growth our country needs, suffocating the aspiration of working families. I mean, you walk around our country, you look at our infrastructure, and it is clear almost immediately that we have long freeloaded off the British genius of the past because we won't build a future. We haven't built a reservoir for over 30 years. And even the projects we do approve are fought tooth and nail and tooth until you end up with the absurd spectacle of a £100 million bat tunnel holding up the country's single biggest infrastructure project, driving up taxes and the cost of living beyond belief. And I tell you now, this government will not accept this nonsense anymore. We will streamline the approval process in the forthcoming planning and infrastructure bill. And driving through reform, I can announce another new target. Not just 1.5 million homes, but also 150 major infrastructure projects. A milestone that will triple the number of decisions on national infrastructure compared with the last Parliament. And just as importantly, will send a very clear message to the NIMBYs, the regulators, the blockers, the bureaucrats, the alliance of naysayers, the people who say, no, Britain can't do this. We can't get things done in our country. Well, we say to them, you no longer have the upper hand. Britain says yes. Because whether you like it or not, we are building a future for working people, making our country strong with stability, investment and reform. And we're building it with urgency because there's no time to lose. Everyone can see there's a growing impatience with traditional politics. Everyone can see how people are tired with those who fail to get the job done. Now, populism isn't the answer to Britain's challenges. Easy answers won't make our country strong. But nobody can deny that this kind of politics feeds off real concerns. In fact, that's the crux of the matter. People haven't become radical ideologues. We are still, in our values, a pragmatic nation. What people want from their politics, that hasn't changed. They want a stable economy. They want their country to be safe, their borders secure, more cash in their pockets, safer streets in their town, opportunities for their children, secure British energy in their home, and an NHS that is fit for the future. And that is why we've set these missions. Missions to make our country strong. Missions to make working people better off. Missions this government will deliver. And I don't think these are unreasonable hopes. Clearly not. But nor do I underestimate how little faith there is from working people, most of all, that politics can still deliver for them. And that's not unreasonable either. Because they kept to the contract, worked tirelessly for their family and their community. But the previous government never kept their side of the bargain. And that is what we must change. That is what these missions add up to. I don't want to give you the whole story about my parents all over again. But no matter how tough life was growing up, they always believed that if they worked hard, Britain would be better for their children. You can call that hope. You can call it security. You can call it aspiration. In the end, it amounts to the same thing. It's a feeling, a belief, a confidence that allowed working class families like mine to raise their eyes, to look forward and build their lives around the future. People can call that sentimental if you like, but I am convinced that if we unlock that potential, there is so much power in this country. I'm convinced that if we get these missions right, we can make our country stronger. I'm convinced that if we can show that politics can change Britain for the better, then we can face the future with confidence. A country secure in its values, determined to walk through the storm and build a new Britain with 1.5 million new homes, neighbourhood policing in every community, children starting school ready to learn, a more secure energy system, living standards raised, people better off, more cash in their pocket, more freedom to enjoy their family life, and dramatically cut waiting lists. That is my plan for change, the driving purpose of this government, and we will stay the course. We will fix the foundations, repair the damage, reform government, and rebuild Britain through the power of change. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm now going to take a number of questions from the media. I'm starting with Chris Mason from the BBC. Chris.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Chris Mason at BBC News. You've set out these milestones this morning. Immigration isn't one of them, but you have talked about it and it is in the document. And so people might wonder whether it's a priority or not. Thank you.
There are basics in government. One of them is security and security of our borders. And they're foundational. And they must be delivered. So immigration and control of immigration must be delivered. That is a foundational principle that any government must do. The missions then sit on top of that. They're the change that the government will then bring about. And so these are absolutely integral to our plan. They're the foundational stone of the plan, and they will be delivered. We'll bring in immigration down, both legal and illegal. But I take that as the basic security that any government must deliver, and we build the 5 missions, the plan for change on that. Thank you, Chris. Can I come to Beth, please?
Thank you.
Beth Rigby.
Sorry. Yeah, I've got stuck. I got stuck, I'm up. Prime Minister Beth Rigby, Sky News. I want to follow up on Chris's question because I'm a bit confused. You say migration in this country under the Tories is unforgivable. You said borders are one of your top 2 priorities. You put tackling small boats into your mission promises before the election, adding it to your 5 missions. And yet on the banners behind you, there's nothing there. In the 6 milestones of measurement, there's nothing there. So you have not given the public one metric on which to measure you when it comes to migration. Is that because you fear failure, or is it because you said it was a priority to win, but actually it's not even in your top 6? Thank you.
No, Beth. The way we've constructed this is that there are foundational things that a government must do, and they are based on security. So national security is obvious, but border security is equally obvious in my view. And that's why I've said we are committed to bringing down immigration, both legal and illegal. We must stop people crossing in boats across the Channel, and we have to get to grips with the volume of regular migration we have in this country. The statistics last week were shocking. Net migration of nearly 1 million, quadrupled in just 4 short years. It is the duty of government to bring that down. It is our duty to do it, and that's why I said it out in my speech, that that is what we would do, and we will do it. The missions are then the additional things that we want the government to do, the change that we want to bring about, and that's why we set them out in our manifesto. Each of the chapters in our manifesto was an example of how we would deliver that, and the plan for change then takes them forward with measurable milestones so that the public can see whether we're making the progress that we need to make in the missions. But the foundation is still the foundational stone on which this is built, which of course includes as an integral part border security. Thank you, Beth. Robert from ITV.
Robert Beston, ITV. Prime Minister, I don't know whether your colleagues mentioned this to you, but there's actually never been a parliament in modern times when real household disposable income didn't rise. I mean, it rose the lowest on record in the last parliament, and it's currently forecast by the Office for Budget Responsibility to rise the second lowest on record in this parliament, largely because you put up employers' national insurance. So what is your target for increasing real household disposable income, living standards? Because unless you put a numerical target on it, it's a meaningless milestone.
One of the worst failures of the last government was that living standards went down. People were actually worse off at the end of the government than they were at the beginning of the government. That's unforgivable. And that's what we want to turn around, to make sure people feel they're better off. There's one thing that came across in the election time and time again. If you ask people the questions on the doorsteps up and down the country, do you feel better off? There was only one answer given to that question, which was no. And that's what we intend to turn around. Stabilising the economy was an essential first step, because until you stabilise the economy, you can't build anything. On that, we then drive at living standards and drive them up. And people know when they're better off. It's one of the first things that people talk about. Of course, we'll go on. That's what the milestones are here. They all ladder up to our plan to make sure that living standards go up. But this is, I think, one of the most important people. Do people feel that they're better off? Do they feel safe? Do they feel they've got an NHS that's working for them? These are the fundamentals that I think everybody is most concerned about. Thank you very much, Robert. Chris Hope.
Chris Hope from GB News, Prime Minister. Again, sorry on secure borders. Your plan is to reduce net migration and reduce overall small boat crossings. GB News viewers will be saying simply, is that it, Prime Minister? Why can't you stop the boats and cut net migration to under 100,000? Is it because you can't or you don't want to? And just very quickly, can you afford all this with no more big tax rises?
Look, Chris, we are going to drive down migration, both legal and illegal. That will only be done with a serious plan. We had a gimmick for a number of years called Rwanda. What happened? The numbers went up. We wasted a lot of money, 700 removing 4 volunteers to Rwanda. It didn't work. The only way to make it work is to smash the gangs that are running the vile trade, and that's why we've invested so much in setting up the command that is needed to do that, and with the enforcement action that follows through. And as you know, there was a very significant arrest just the other week in relation to the work that we are doing. That is how you do it. That is serious. That is a government that absolutely is getting to grips with this. Same on legal migration. We had, you invite me to put an arbitrary number on it. For 14 years, we had an arbitrary number under the previous government. They said it was a hard cap. It wasn't hard, and it wasn't a cap. The net result of their deliberate policies was that migration went up 4 times, staggering those figures of last year. So we will not be following that approach. We're going to do this in a serious way to take migration down. And I think that's what the British public want, a serious plan to ensure we've got control of our borders, not arbitrary caps, not gimmicks, because if we've learned one thing from the last 14 years, it's that they have the opposite of the desired effect. Thank you very much, Chris. Gary from Channel 4.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister. I'd like to follow on something that Robert Peston was asking about there, because you say people know if their income's gone up, but you're very specific in here. You're saying you want the measure used, annual average growth of household incomes. You want that measure to go up. It went up by 0.3%. Parliament, and it's projected by the OBR to go up by 0.5%. Do you, under your in your government, do you give yourself a pass mark if it is 0.5%? Is that job done? And I've got to ask some of these other ones, which are slightly puzzling. On the NHS pledge milestone. Sorry. What happens to all the other ones that you backed on the NHS in the general election, like, for instance, 4-hour waiting times for A&E? And can I also ask you, make a point in this document of talking about the 1.5 million homes in England?
Gary, it's one question.
Well, it's a long document. We've come a long way.
Yeah, but I mean, we're never going to a lot of people to get through.
You change your language here on housing and you say it's hugely ambitious. Is that because you actually think the 1.5 million is a bit of a moonshot and you're not going to get there and you're preparing the ground for that?
Well, Gary, let me take all three parts of your question. Firstly, on living standards, look, nobody feels they're better off under the last government. And, you know, we just tested that on the 4th of July across the entire country. One of the main conversations on every doorstep was people saying they didn't feel better off. In fact, they felt worse off. That's what we are intending to change, and that's why we've made it one of the priorities under the plan. On the second point you make about the NHS, I want to hit this absolutely on the head, because I do not accept the proposition that because you drive to deal with waiting lists, then everything else must suffer. That is part of the thinking of the last 14 years. It's part of the reason you have managed decline, because you accept that and you accept other standards can go down. I don't accept that. And that's why we're going to drive this hard on delivery. That's why we're going to drive through reform at the same time. But the very idea that the moment you say, I'm prioritising one thing, that is permission to let go everything else, is completely wrong. It's part of the wrong thinking that we've had for years in politics, and I don't accept it for 1 minute, and it is not built into our assumptions. On the 1.5 million house, look, it is ambitious. It's huge. This hasn't been done for decades and decades. But we're going to do it. We're going to go for it. That's why we're going to take the difficult decisions. The reasons it hasn't been done is because people are too scared to take the planning decisions that were necessary. They talk the talk, but they didn't actually walk the walk. They didn't strip out the regulations that were needed, didn't get the skills in the right place. Yes, it's ambitious, and as I said candidly, it won't be met if we don't turbocharge this. But we can do this, and we're going to do this. It will be an incredible thing for so many people who need a secure roof over their head, somewhere of their own that they can own, and a massive driver of our economy. And again, I don't accept that by setting out clear priorities, somehow that's permission to either underachieve or not bother about other areas. That's part of the thinking that we intend to challenge and to change. Thank you very much, Gary. Natasha from LBC.
Prime Minister, thank you. Natasha Clark, LBC. First it was foundations, then it was missions, then it was steps, now it's milestones. Do you accept that this is quite a confusing plan for the public to understand what on earth your government is going to be all about? And obviously today you've told us that you're going to downgrade that growth aim from the highest of the G7. It's now just an aim. Clean power on 2030, it's now at least 95%. Are you watering down some of your promises after realising that government is a bit harder than you thought?
No, and the order in which you put things wasn't the order in which I announced them, because I announced the missions 2 years ago as our 5 national missions to give a sense of purpose-driven government. And, you know, like all of the strategies I've set down since I became Labour leader before 2019, after getting through the 29 election, and then into the election of 2024. We've had a strategy, we've had a plan, and we've stuck to it. So those missions went down 2 years ago. We've stuck to them. I've just reiterated them now. We had them as our foundational documents in the manifesto. As I say, it was a chapter for each mission in the manifesto. So that's what we took to the country. That's the change that people voted for. We had 6 steps, the initial steps that we would do, which we indicated that we could do quickly after the elections. things like setting up GB Energy, which we have done, and other things we've been able to achieve, putting the money in to drive and make sure we got those 40,000 extra appointments every week. We then passed the budget to make sure we could stabilise the economy, and now we set out the milestones so that people can measure, are we making proper progress on our missions, back to what we said 2 years ago, and what will it feel like for me? Will I have more money in my pocket? Will I be able to get an appointment at the NHS when I need it? So these are, if you like, something for the public to use to hold us to account on what we say we can achieve on the missions in the first 5 years. And I'll be absolutely straight about, it is also designed to push and drive the reform that we're going to need if we're going to ensure that we bring about the change that's so desperately needed. Thank you very much. I've got Eleanor from the Eye. Eleanor.
Hello, Prime Minister. Eleanor Langford from the Eye paper. Labour previously stated that it was going to achieve 100% clean energy by 2030, but this document today only puts that at 95. Is Labour rowing back on its clean energy pledges?
No, the Clean Energy Pledge is today exactly what it was in the election. That has always been central to our mission. It's a bit like the 1.5 million homes. It's really difficult. And when we first set it out 2 years ago and started our conversations, almost everybody we spoke to said, that's tough. But then when we developed those conversations, people said it can be done, but it can only be done if it's turbocharged. So there's no watering down. There's a doubling down on the determination. Very much. Martin from the Express.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I'll have another stab at immigration. I'm still not sure what your actual plan is to tackle illegal crossings, which are up since you've become Prime Minister, the asylum bill, which is up since you became Prime Minister, and Brian Bell, Chair of the said at the weekend that we should expect a norm of net migration of around 350,000 per year. Do you agree with that?
Well, the only way to tackle illegal migration effectively is to take down the gangs that are running it. They're making a huge amount of money in order to put people on boats across the channel, and we have to take them down. That's why we've set up the Border Security Command. That's why we've striking agreements with other countries. That's why I'm investing a lot of my time face-to-face with leaders to make sure that that law enforcement is the collaboration. I've done this before. I was Chief Prosecutor for 5 years. We had then, in my time, to deal with terrorist gangs who were also operating across borders. We had to deal with gangs that were moving drugs and guns across borders. And we did it by collaborating and coordinating. I've never accepted, and I won't accept, and I've said this before and I'll say it every day. Apparently we can deal with terrorist gangs. Apparently we can deal with gangs that are running guns and drugs, but apparently we can't deal with those people who are running this vile trade. I don't accept that. And I think that's the serious answer to this problem. Not a gimmick that made absolutely no difference and cost a fortune. And so that's how we have to take down the gangs that are running the trade in the first place. On the asylum costs, of course we've got to bring them down. We've got to process the claims. Because the last government didn't stop the boats and didn't process the claims. They've got record numbers of people who are stuck in the middle, having to be accommodated at the taxpayer's expense. That was a ridiculous way to run the country. And we're going to change that. Thank you very much. Can I have Anna from the FT?
Hi, Anna Gross from the Financial Times. When you select six targets like this, there's obviously going to be an opportunity cost for other policy areas that aren't being targeted. None of the six milestones that you've selected here seem like levers that will actually drive growth. There's nothing on skills, on training, on transport, on driving investment into the UK. Has the government given up on prioritising economic growth? And just a second part of that, you also previously said you'd have the highest growth in the G7 by the end of this Parliament. Is that still the ambition?
Firstly, let me push back on the suggestion that none of these have got anything to do with growth. They've all got everything to do about growth. if you can't get an operation and you can't get back to work, it has a massive impact on growth. Housing has a massive impact on growth. It's one of the biggest factors in determining growth, the house building projects across the country. Not just the projects themselves, but also the way in which it allows people to live where they need to live for the jobs that they're going to have. So these are all deliberately there, laddering up to growth, which is the #1 mission of this government. So each in their own way contributes to that. Clean power is another example. If you ask businesses, what's the thing that's really caused you the most problem over the last 3 years? Almost all of them will say very high energy bills. And so they are all there. They actually all ladder up to growth. On your second challenge that on the higher sustainable growth in the G7, that is what I set out 2 years ago. That's what I'm doubling down on today. But what we're putting in place is a milestone so people can sense, can know and measure and hold us to account as to how we're doing on that. Because growth is fundamentally important. It remains the mission. We double down on it. But growth in the abstract doesn't feel the same or doesn't mean the same thing as people feeling they're better off. And therefore, I want to make sure that people understand, what do we mean when we say the highest sustainable growth in the G7? We mean you're going to feel better off. And so it's a milestone towards that mission which remains in place. Thank you very much, Anna. Ben from The Telegraph.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Ben Riley-Smith from The Telegraph. Can I go back to that clean energy pledge? You seem to be suggesting nothing's changed, but I've got your manifesto here. It says 0 carbon electricity. That's 100% clean. Today you're saying 95% clean. So are you really arguing that voters, when they read 0 carbon, should have read 5% carbon?
Well, Ben, the mission hasn't changed from the day I launched it nearly 2 years ago. In terms of where we need to get to on clean energy by 2030. It's exactly the same as it always was. There's always going to be a mix, but that is the pledge that we made 2 years ago. That is the mission, and we've not changed it today. Thank you. Harry from The Sun.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Harry Cole from The Sun. When Rishi Sunak unveiled his 5 pledges, you mentioned them earlier, you accused him, and I quote, of failing to tackle the big pressures the country face by picking easy targets, achievable goals. But haven't you just done exactly the same thing? This is low-hanging fruit, isn't it? There's no migration, no living standards, totally woolly targets on NHS reform. And to quote you again, where's the thud on Whitehall's desk about the 11 million working-age people who are not in work? How can that not be a mission? And while I've got you, what's your response to the poll this morning that says half of voters, including lots of people who voted for you in July, think you're doing a bad job?
Well, look, Harry, on the ambition here, 1.5 million homes is to do, if we build that, is to do something that hasn't been done for decades. That's really bold. It's not lacking ambition. That's not easy. It won't happen, by the way, if we don't make the change that we've spelt out. It will not happen. That's what I spelt out directly in my speech. That's how hard it is. Waiting list down to target by the end of this Parliament when there's 7 million. That's never been done before. That's hardly unambitious. That's hardly the warm bath that Rishi Sunak got into. Clean power by 2030. I can tell you, Harry, when I announced that 2 years ago, the first response of almost everybody is, that's not achievable. You're never going to do it. They didn't say, oh, that's a breeze. I don't accept that they are not ambitious. I accept they're actually really risky for us to put them up there, because that is now the measurable that we've chosen to put before the public. And look, Harry, on polls or anything else, I know what I was elected to do, which was to change the country for millions of people who desperately need change. I knew we had to do the hard yards early on, take the tough decisions early on. Anybody who's ever run a business or an organisation knows if you're going to change things, you don't identify a tough decision and say, I'll do it in a couple of years' time. You do it straight away. I'll be measured when we get to the next election by whether I've delivered on what I'm saying I'll do for the British public, and that is the plan that we've set out today, the measurables that we have chosen to put out there to be measured against. And I've chosen them because I'm convinced they're the change that the country needs and people need to feel. So thank you, Harry. Aubrey at The Times.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. Aubrey Allegretti from The Times. You talk about the need to be honest about, isn't it the case that the government quite narrowly on these targets, you will neglect and deprioritise other things? That could include accident and emergency, GP appointments, immigration, and violence against women and girls. So can you be honest about the trade-offs that you're making here? And to follow up on the question about the Clean Energy Pledge, you say that it's exactly what was in the manifesto, but we've reread it. It doesn't appear there. So can you explain to people why it can't be 100% by 2030?
Yeah, look, in terms of the trade-offs, I'd say two things. Firstly, I think everybody would accept that a government needs priorities. And the reason a government needs priorities is because without priorities, you don't get anything delivered. You just have a scattergun, and you don't have the focus that you need. So we have to have priorities. Now, it is inevitable that as soon as you put priorities up there, somebody will say, oh, but why didn't you include this? Why didn't you include that? And you end up back where you started, which is without priorities at all. So you have to have priorities to drive delivery. Every business knows that. Every organisation knows that. Anyone who's ever done anything in their lives knows that you need to have priorities if you're going to get things done. If you just have a generalist scattergun approach, it's the surest way of ensuring that you're not actually going to deliver anything. I do not accept that by putting priorities up there that we're giving permission on everything else to fail. I don't accept that. I won't accept that. That is not acceptable, and it's not the way we'll do government. But this is setting out measurables for people so that they can see how we're making progress on our missions and hold us to account for those missions and to drive delivery and drive the change that we need in order to do so. In relation to the Clean Power mission, as I say, we launched this 2 years ago. The ambition, the nature, what we've said about it has been completely consistent for 2 years. As I say, the reaction at the time is it's not possible, something I didn't accept then and I don't accept now. I've got Sophie from the Daily Mirror.
Sophie Huskisson from the Daily Mirror. Prime Minister, Scotland has vowed to axe the two-child benefit limit. Will you now reconsider your decision not to scrap it, to hit your milestones to give children the best start in life and to improve living standards?
Well, Sophie, what I can say is I'm absolutely committed to driving down and dealing with child poverty. That's what the last Labour government did to huge effect. It's why we've set up the task force to deal with this. But I don't accept that this is just one thing that needs to happen. If you're really going to tackle child poverty, you've got to look at housing, you've got to look at health, you've got to look at education, you've got to look at so many aspects of a child's life in order to take it seriously and to bring it down. So I know it's easy to think there's one silver bullet, and if you just do that one thing, that will change everything. I don't accept that, but we've got a strategy that we're working on to ensure that we do what the last Labour government did, which is to drive down child poverty. Thank you very much. I've got Harriet from the Daily Mail.
Thanks, Prime Minister. Harriet Line, Daily Mail. Since coming into office, you've launched 67 reviews, consultations and task forces, with even more in the pipeline. Critics say you're more interested in talking shops than tough decisions. Don't these reviews show that you simply didn't have a plan for what to do when you got into government?
No. And if you look at what we've done, there's a whole list of things that we've done already in government. I listed some of them in my conference speech in September. I haven't got time to repeat that speech here, but there were a long list of things that we've already delivered on, setting up Great British Energy, making sure that we're doing the already starting on the planning reform that we need, already using the money we've got to bring down the waiting lists in our hospitals. There's the Border Security Command already set up. So the delivery, there's lots and lots of stuff that's being delivered. But of course we've got to review things when we get into government. The first thing we had to do was review the books. I'm glad we did, although I didn't like what we found. We reviewed the books and found there was a £22 billion black hole. It's a good thing we did that review, because if we hadn't done that review, we wouldn't have been able to pass the budget, which is now stabilising the economy. We reviewed how many people we had in our prisons. Many more than we needed, bursting point, to a point where, when I was trying to deal with the disorders, we were really struggling with whether we had enough prison places. That's unforgivable. I don't care which political party anyone supports. That is totally unforgivable. We're reviewing what's going on in immigration, because the numbers that came out last week were staggering.
course we're going to review how we're going to deal with that, because everywhere you look, the failure of the last government was much more profound and deep than even everybody thought it was on the 4th of July. So, like any business or organisation, as I say, you've got to understand what you're dealing with once you're in a position to deal with it. And that's why we are looking across the board, looking at what we've got to do, and already getting on with the change that we need. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you for being here.
proceed. On some of the Noble Lord's specific questions on financing and support, I will write to him with detail. In cases that are not able to proceed as an inquest, the government will also ensure that the Independent Commission is able to hold public hearings, take sworn evidence from individuals, and allow families to have effective representation. Although the courts found the Commission to be sufficiently independent to conduct Article 2 compliant investigations, as the Noble Lord highlighted, we will make further changes to its powers and accountability to strengthen the Commission's independence in order to secure the confidence of the public and the families. As the Secretary of State said yesterday, this work will consider provisions included in the draft Stormont House Agreement legislation and learn from Operation Canova, which, my Lord, sets out a framework for disclosure without immunity, which is why we will work so closely, and that is in answer to one of the questions from the Noble Lord. These steps taken together will ensure compliance with the ECHR, remove conditional immunity, ensure the reinstatement of legacy inquests halted by the Act, restore civil claims and reform ICRA. Importantly, this will be done while ICRA continues working on behalf of the growing number of families who have already sought its help. My Lord, the Secretary of State has made clear the value he placed in engagement, and this government will carry out an additional time-limited process of engagement on measures to be included in primary legislation in answer to the Noble Baroness. That includes ongoing engagement with members of your Lordship's House, and I want to thank all Noble Lords for how generous they have been with their time to date. Engagement will include families, victims groups and veterans, and of course the Irish Government. My Lord, I would emphasise that engagement with veterans will recognise the dedicated service of the vast majority of police officers, members of the armed forces and the security services who did so much to keep people in Northern Ireland safe during the Troubles. It is clear that the full participation of both the UK and Irish governments in all legacy mechanisms is important if we are to provide as much information as possible for as many families as possible, and that is what we seek to do. In line with the Secretary of State statement, we have sought leave to appeal elements of the judgment in Dillon and others in the Northern Ireland Court of Appeal. This will address wider concerns and their potential impact far beyond Northern Ireland. As set out in the statement, though, this will not slow down our efforts to seek agreement and bring forward legacy legislation, so that ICRA, which has begun its work, can demonstrate its capacity to assist victims and their families, helping them and society in Northern Ireland to take the next steps in the healing process. I'd like to assure Noble Lords in terms of our support for veterans. The noble some members of your Lordship's House know that I am an honorary captain in the Royal Navy. I consider myself, if not a member of our military family, at least on the periphery of our military family. And this is a matter very close to my heart, as well as many in this House. I want to thank the 250,000 people who served during the Troubles to keep us safe. And my Lords, our government will work closely with veterans and veterans groups to ensure that the right pastoral care and welfare support is in place and the right legal support as and when required. With regard to other points raised, I want to reassure the Noble Lady Baroness Sashi about our constant and regular engagement with the government of Ireland, the new government of the Republic of Ireland. And the Secretary of State met with Michael Martin earlier this week and is meeting again to discuss legacy issues again this week. Regular engagement has started and will continue. In terms of the process for consultation on the revised ICRA, I outlined how that will be, but it will be with every member of this House if they wish to engage with me. We want to take as many soundings as possible to make sure that people have confidence and faith in what comes next. I think I have answered the majority of questions, but I will reflect on Hansard and come back to Noble Lords. In conclusion, I look forward to working with Noble Lords from across the House as we bring forward the government's next set on dealing with some incredibly complex but crucially important issues.
My Lord, can I welcome the Noble Baroness's explanations in answer to the questions, which I think are very helpful, as well as the original statement. And can I also welcome the restoration of inquests and civil actions as routes to truth and justice for victims and survivors, because they should never have been abolished in the first place. Does the Secretary of State agree that the, closed in the first place. Does the Secretary of State agree, or does the noble Minister agree, my noble friend the Minister agree, that the ICRIR needs significant reform to win trust? It doesn't have that trust amongst victims and survivors at the moment, and it must gain it. There's a real fear that it will focus on what you might call a light touch reviews, rather than proper Operation Canova investigations, truth recovery investigations, and I accept that they should not undermine the security services, of course, but they should, and nor did he. The Operation Canova didn't do that. It had the confidence of victims and survivors. The new process needs genuinely unfettered access to information unencumbered by the test of reasonableness. And can I finally say that, as she explains, as the Secretary of State completes the repeal and replace commitment made by the government, specifically, how will they do that specifically in the interests of victims and survivors? Because that's got to be paramount.
My Lords, I want to put on record, I want to thank my noble friend and put on record my personal thanks for the support he's given me since I took on these responsibilities, but also for the work that he has done for a long time in working with veterans groups and tackling and attempting to tackle some of the issues associated with legacy. I thoroughly agree with him that Operation Canova actually could provide a template for going forward, and the Secretary of State is committed to looking at how that worked. While protecting national security, it does provide a potential way forward. With regards to the reform of ICRA, right now our intention is to reform ICRA to build confidence. That is at the heart of everything that we will seek to do with the primary legislation, and we can only do that with ongoing engagement. My Lords, the reality is that the victims of the Troubles are still in pain. We saw some of that in the other House yesterday. The heartbreak is real and tangible, and it is not for me to decide what will work in this area to give them confidence. It's not candidly for many of us to determine what happens next. We need to talk to them and engage with them to make sure they have confidence in processes that they will be working with every day so that they can get a level of peace. It is to them that we are doing this work.
I thank the noble Lord the Minister and the Secretary of State for the statement today, and I welcome very much the reinstatement of civil proceedings, the removal of immunity, and the commitment to restore inquests. And I look forward to ongoing engagement on these issues. My Lords, I have to declare my interest as a member of the International Steering Group of Operation Canova, which has been repeatedly referenced today. Is the noble Baroness the Minister aware that the Court's findings on the Northern Ireland Troubles Act derive from the very limited number of cases which Mr Justice Colton agreed to accept for judicial review? There were in fact 20 applications for judicial review, and the majority of them were turned down. The consequence of that, I'm sure the noble Baroness the Minister is aware, is that many issues were not adjudicated on, and that the appeals to the High Court were only able to adjudicate upon matters. Appeal to the Court of Appeal could only adjudicate on matters in the High Court. So there were very limited outcomes from that process. Can the noble Lord the Minister provide further clarity about what really is meant by repeal and replacement of the Act, the exceptional powers granted to the Secretary of State, and the ongoing situation in which the Secretary of State's decision-making will be inevitably informed by the services, the intelligence services? It creates a massive problem of trust. Is the noble Baroness aware of the difficulties experienced by Canova and the inappropriate classification of material as secret and not to be disclosed to families, which has occurred as a repeated feature in Northern Ireland? And can the noble Baroness the Minister ensure that restrictions on access to information are removed and that the assurances of support to veterans will apply equally to victims?
Can I thank the noble lady both for her constructive engagement on this issue, but also for how generous she has truly been with her time with both me and the Secretary of State, and I look forward to working with her in the months ahead as we develop next steps. Her voice will be incredibly important. With regards to the specifics, of course, I'm aware of the detail of the current legal cases and why some issues were raised and others weren't. I think that the bringing forward of primary legislation means we get to look at some of the other issues in the round, and I look forward to doing that as we bring forward that process. And in terms of, and that will also relate to disclosure and national security, and we will have those conversations because for some that will be at the crux. But to reassure the noble lady, there is nothing that we are doing that I hope that we will take. We seek to do nothing to the people of Northern Ireland on the issue of legacy. We want to do this with the people of Northern Ireland to deliver for them and for victims. And that is the approach that this government will be taking as we develop the primary legislation.
Can I welcome what the Noble Baroness, the Minister, has said about the decision to appeal on the disclosure of sensitive information, and also to appeal in relation to the question on Article 2 of the Windsor Framework. The Minister said in the other place about seeking clarification of the legal position. But can she go further and say that if this does not turn out as the government expects, that they will actually legislate to put matters right on both of those issues in the unfortunate circumstances where the courts may rule against the government? And on the issue of primary legislation, will she ensure that, and I welcome her commitment to talk to victims and victims groups and her commitment to this issue and to talking to colleagues here in this House, will she ensure that there is proper redress for the innocent victims of the IRA, that it's not a one-sided process, that Sinn Féin, the First Minister of Northern Ireland, so-called Minister for All, who continues to eulogise and support murder of IRA against innocent victims, that will be called out as well, and that the Irish Republic's position has been outlined by the Noble Lord on the benches opposite, that will also be brought into the discussions. And finally, she has mentioned about having consultations with the Irish Government. Will she commit once again to to undertake to follow the three-stranded approach, which is that the Government of the Irish Republic should only be consulted on matters that are outside the remit of Northern Ireland and only in matters that affects them?
Can I thank the Noble Lord for his questions and for his ongoing engagement and support that he has given me in recent months as I have tried to get to grips with some of these issues. With regard to the Windsor Framework Article 2 appeal, he'll know full well I can't speculate on what we would or would not do post any judgment and what that judgment would be likely to do, but as and when, or if and when that is the case, I will revert back to your Lordship's house, I am sure. With regard to the victims of the Troubles and the perpetrators of some of the most vicious terror attacks our country has ever known, there is no hierarchy, and there is no there is no hierarchy of victim nor of persecutor. Those people who perpetuated these acts should be held to the same account, regardless of which section of the community they come from. And we will do everything that we can to make sure that every group that has a level of responsibility for next steps forward as we work towards rebuilding, and as we work towards a genuine legacy process that works for the people of Northern Ireland, that all partners take full responsibility and fulfil all of their commitments that they have made under a series of pieces of legislation. And that includes the Government of the Republic of Ireland.
My Lords, I welcome the statement on legacy from my noble friend, and particularly in relation to the removal of the immunity scheme, the reinstatement of civil and the restoration of halted legacy cases. Undoubtedly, my Lords, challenges do remain, and can my noble friend confirm that she will continue to work through the remedial order, the repeal legislation and the reform of ICRA already referred to ensure that confidence in the rule of law, policing, reconciliation and support for victims and survivors will be the prime objectives to achieve that shared society that we earnestly desire in Northern Ireland and the transformational change that is required in legacy.
Can I thank my noble friend for her support and for the question? We are clear that the remedial order that was tabled yesterday is a first step on delivering what was our manifesto commitment, but was more importantly our promises to the people of Northern Ireland in terms of delivering a pathway through on legacy related to the Troubles. Our next step will be to reform ICRA to build confidence, and that will require ongoing engagement with everyone in your Lordship's House. My Lords, last month I was in Northern Ireland and I met a youth group who were aged 18 to 25. They were exploring the Good Friday Agreement. For them it was history. Experience of every day in Northern Ireland that they contend with. I am delighted and so privileged that so many people in your Lordship's House worked together to deliver a society where the Troubles for them was history. But we now need to make sure that we are working with the families that were touched by the Troubles, so that the next generation isn't affected by intergenerational trauma and has answers about what happened to their families.
Well, my Lords, the whole House would be in the debt of the noble Baroness Lady Anderson for the way in which she has repeated the statement to your Lordship's House today, and she's palpably and demonstrably personally invested in this process, and I think everyone owes a debt of thanks to her. She will know that the primary responsibility for oversight of remedial orders falls to the Joint Committee on Human Rights, and at its meeting yesterday it decided it would look at this remedial order urgently from a human rights perspective. It would help the committee if the noble Baroness could provide clarity on when she expects the Supreme Court to hear the Dillon appeal, and if she doesn't have that information, would she be good enough to try and establish that with them so that we have some idea of what the process will be and how long it would take. And given the impact on grieving families, which, as she says, was raised yesterday in a very moving way in another place, and inevitably the effect of justice delayed being justice denied, can we be assured that it's not just in due course, but the primary legislation will be in this session of Parliament? And, my Lords, 20 years later, with the government having to deal with outstanding matters like the McCurr group of ECHR judgments, will she undertake that they will be dealt with, again, in the primary legislation when it's brought forward? 20 years is a very long time to wait to resolve issues raised by the European Court.
I thank my noble Lord. I'll write to him on matters pertaining to the Dillon appeal on the Supreme Court. There are many things in my gift. That is not one of them in terms of timing. In terms of when the legislation will come forward, noble Lords will be aware of quite how busy the legislative agenda is right now in this House and forthcoming legislation. I want to assure noble Lords that we are working we are making every effort, and in terms of timing that is not in my gift, but we will be bringing forward primary legislation as soon as parliamentary time allows, and I promise you appropriate representations are being made. And in terms of what will be included in the primary legislation, we want to make sure that it is genuinely effective and has confidence of the family. So, of course, we'll work to try and address as many issues as we can. And I look forward to engaging with the noble Lord on every specific case if he'd like to have those conversations.
My Lord, congratulate my noble friend on what is a significant achievement this is. It actually puts into practice what we said we would do before the general election, repeal the legislation. Some of the problems we faced with the current legislation was that every single political party in Northern Ireland disagreed with it. So can she assure me and your Lordship's House that there will be proper consultation with every single political party, with the First and the Deputy First Minister, yes, with the Irish Government where appropriate, to ensure that we've got the widest possible consensus on what's so very necessary? But many congratulations to her and to the Government on this.
Can I thank my noble friend both for his question but also for his generous mentoring of me since we came into government. I am in awe of the work he did when he was Secretary of State, and I'm very, very grateful for how generous he has been with his time. The noble Lord knows better than I quite how difficult and challenging it can be to secure consensus on matters pertaining to Northern Ireland. There is nothing more emotive than the issues that we are discussing, but we will have proper engagement with all political parties to try and build a way forward. We are very clear that one of the reasons why the current Legacy Act has failed to receive cross-community support and failed to secure the trust of communities in Northern Ireland and of the victims and survivors is because none of the political parties were in agreement, and while these conversations will be very, very challenging, I look forward to working with noble lords across this House to try and build a level of consensus, as the Secretary of State promised in the other place yesterday.
Lords, some things in life are very difficult to get a conclusion to. Some things are even difficult to get agreement on, and legacy in Northern Ireland is certainly one of them. And I think the noble Baroness will find, if she listened to Radio Ulster this morning, that while she has brought forward some new proposals, which I welcome and the Government have, they're just a little less undesirable than the ones that were there before. And that's not coming from this House, because I hear much more welcome from this House, Lordship's House, but if you listen to the radio this morning, it's much different. So what I'm going to say is that I am hugely frustrated, particularly in the sense of the Government just being in place when they announced an inquiry, a public inquiry, into the Pat Finucane murder, where we have hundreds and thousands of innocent victims in Northern Ireland without that opportunity. And I declare an interest in serving on the security forces in Northern Ireland for 18 years and seeing some of those people murdered, visiting their families and continuing to visit their families. And they're saying to me, for example, the victims of the Enniskillen bomb, where is the public inquiry? Where is the equality for me? And there isn't one. And until the noble Baroness and her Government get some equality into dealing with the legacy and the victims in Northern Ireland, there is never going to be agreement or support for that process. Thank you.
Can I take this opportunity to thank the noble lord for his service? And I can only imagine the things that he saw during that period of time when he served. And as a dedicated public servant, as with all colleagues in Northern Ireland, the support that they have provided to families who were touched by the Troubles, as many of them have been, that is a level of public service that very few of the rest of us have ever had to experience, and it puts them a class above, and we are grateful for everything that they did to support people. With regard to what was on the radio this morning, it will not surprise you, noble lords, that I may have been taking a particular interest in the media of Northern Ireland over the last, well, for a while, but definitely in the last 24 hours to see what the response. My lords, as was said, this is everything to do with legacy is so emotive, it becomes very, very challenging. And there is nothing more complex than next steps in terms of, but our response is to make sure that we engage as broadly as possible with all members of the community. With regard to the Finucane public inquiry, my lords, that was a solemn commitment that was made by the last Labour government to deliver a public inquiry, and that is why we have fulfilled our commitment. It was something that we did in post the Good Friday Agreement, and that does not suggest that other arrangements cannot and will not provide a level of closure and information for noble lords, which is why we want to strengthen ICRA for the families.
My lords, much of what we've heard in the last hour or so has come to many of us as not a surprise. And I'm reminded of a phone message I received early this morning from Northern Ireland, from one of the families that I've been literally living with since they were faced with the tragedy of a murder in the Troubles. For my clergy, and I speak as the former Archbishop who led so many of the clergy during the Troubles, they have often heard good words, promising much, and never being able to deliver. And I speak from my heart. I didn't intend to contribute today, because we've heard it all before. But can I just put into words what many people listening to this debate in Northern Ireland would say, we have heard it all before. We have heard the promises. We've heard the good intentions. We do not doubt the morality of those who are saying these things, but we plead with those who have the political power to deliver. Now, at the 11th hour, please back up your words with actions. I'm still dealing with the children of those whom I buried. I'm still dealing with the children of families that will never be the same again. And I'm still in touch with those who have served in the forces of the Crown during the Troubles at great personal cost. And I can say and reassure the House, they are listening today yet again to wonderful words and promises. I beg you, back up your words with actions.
The noble Lord speaks much more eloquently than I ever could. There is very little I can say to him that, you're right, has not been said before, both at this dispatch box and in this building. All I can do is ask for his indulgence and that of the community while we try to find a way forward so that we can truly, finally, deliver a pathway through on truth and justice for those people affected by the Troubles, and give us a little more time so that we can deliver for them, with them, and not to them.
Questions on a statement made in the House of Commons on Tuesday the 3rd of December on new measures to tackle stalking.
My Lords, I thank the Noble Lord the Minister for bringing this statement to your Lordship's House. We welcome on this side the Government's announcement on stalking, and I'm sure that all Noble Lords will wish to do everything that we possibly can to tackle violence against women and girls. There have been many tributes to Nicola Thorpe for sharing her experiences, and I wish to echo those. It takes courage to speak up, and I cannot thank her enough for raising this situation. The previous Conservative government made real progress on this issue, and I can put it no better than the Shadow Minister in the House of Commons who said, "We launched our Tackling Violence Against Women and Girls strategy to increase support for victims. We elevated violence against women and girls to a crime type that police leaders must treat as a national threat. We ensured that victims can always access professional support. We doubled the maximum sentence for stalkers from 5 to 10 years, keeping behind bars for longer those who devastate their victims' lives. We also made stalking a specific offence to ensure that women and girls are protected and to show beyond doubt that stalking is a crime. My Lords, the number of people who have been stalked dropped by 0.5% from 2010 to 2024, according to the Office of National Statistics. So we, on this side of the House, very much welcome the Government's actions on stalking, and we want to work with them to eradicate this crime once and for all. And I wish to ask the Noble Lord perhaps just a couple of questions around this. Noble Lord the Minister, a couple of questions around this. So will the Noble Lord the Minister confirm in continuing the excellent work of the last government that there are conversations happening with relevant ministers in the Ministry of Justice and the Department for Housing, communities and local government to ensure that there is a truly cross-departmental focus on eradicating stalking? Also, has the Noble Lord the Minister had conversations with the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology officials to ensure that cyber-talking is clamped down on? What resources is the Noble Lord the Minister providing police forces with to ensure that this heinous crime is being tackled in all cases? But in closing, let me say that the Government can be assured that we, on this side of the House, will continue to fully support efforts to combat this abhorrent behaviour.
My Lords, It's a very old declaration of interest, but I was a member of the Parliamentary Independent Stalking Inquiry led by Elfyn Llwyd MP, which published its results in 2012 and led to the first change of legislation that identified stalking as a separate criminal offence, as opposed to just gathering it in under harassment, which had happened before. And my lords, I was also a victim of sustained stalking before the days of online stalking over a 2.5-year period, and indeed my noble friend Lady Thornhill was also in receipt of some of the very unpleasant attentions of this person. The independent inquiry found that victims of stalking, whether domestic or not, had little confidence in the criminal justice system from the way police handled cases and indeed helped victims, and how the CPS frequently plea bargained with perpetrators, resulting in a distinct lack of justice for egregious cases of stalking. My lords, I wish I could say that this was history. It is not. Nothing has changed in the cultural way that the entire criminal justice system deals with stalking. The law may have changed, but far too many stalking victims are still told that they should welcome the attention. Far too many find that their cases are plea bargained away to harassment or some other minor offence. And as a result, that gives encouragement to the perpetrators. The reason that I mention this is that one of the things that was recognised was that many stalking cases involve perpetrators with fixated threats, manipulative people who have coercive control behaviour and very deceitful behaviour. And most worryingly, for some of the perpetrators, a ratcheting up of their illegal behaviour. So not enough is done to support victims of stalking. In my particular case, it didn't start with violence at all. The reason that the police at the end of a 2.5-year period was because the perpetrator was using kitchen knives to slash tyres, and their advisor said, having done this to houses, damaged houses of people he wanted to target, that the next thing he would do after using these knives on inanimate goods would be to move to people, and he was then swiftly arrested. Helpfully, he pleaded guilty, and there has been nothing else, but it was a pretty awful 2.5-year period. This statement focuses on the police response, where the Minister talks about those who have not been listened to or even told they should have been flattered by their stalking actions. And I welcome the fact that the government recognises this. But, my lords, the three issues that the government is responding on, multi-agency statutory guidance on stalking, again, a review of stalking legislation, again, and publishing more data, again, all are welcome, but they will not change things. So and I particularly want to pay tribute to Nicola Thorpe. She is a brave woman, and we salute her. But she is one of many women who repeatedly have to tell their stories. So can I ask why false claims to families, friends, workplace victims are able to be ignored when it comes to plea bargaining? And I say that because these really manipulative stalkers do that. The London's Victims Commissioner, Claire Waxman, is herself a victim of stalking, and her perpetrator, who she did not know, has been jailed for 7 times, my lords. 7 times, and the behaviour continues. Once known, police can advise victims on how to protect themselves. For example, install alarms in their homes, and if the individual who's being stalked recognises them, then they can actually go to the police and say, I've seen them in the vicinity of my house. If they don't know who they are, how can they report when they are in danger? I want to very briefly mention one particular case where an ex-partner who had continuously stalked his ex and her son was given her new secret address by the children's social worker involved because he said he was so distraught at not being able to see his son. And the result of that action, a handful of years ago, is that he broke into her new flat, threw his son against the wall, and then raped his mother in front of the child. My lords, that is because the agencies didn't know. So can I ask the Minister, it's fine to have victims informed, but will other agencies involved in these cases also know, so that sort of mistake cannot be repeated? Can I also ask the Minister to confirm, as has already been mentioned, to commit to requiring social media companies to publish reports setting out the actions they've taken to address online abuse and stalking against women and girls? And can I ask, will they be informed about these perpetrators who are doing repeat offenders? Because social media companies won't pick it up on their own, but once they have a name and an IP address, which the police will have, it will be easy to be able to provide that. My Lords, I just want to end by saying that I broadly welcome this statement, and I think all victims of stalking do. But the biggest issue, my Lords, is how we change the culture in the police and the criminal justice system, because it is apparent after 12 years since the new laws were introduced that it is the culture on the front line of the criminal justice system that needs to be changed.
I'm grateful to His Majesty's opposition for their support for the measures, and I'm grateful, if I may say so, for the work that was done previously by the government in relation to highlighting and putting in place legislation which had opposition support at the time to at least start to address this particular problem. Could I say, first of all, to both the Noble Lord and to Baroness Brinton, that I think that the government's pledge, manifesto commitment to halve the level of violence against women and girls over a 10-year period will send a clear signal to both government centrally and to external agencies that relate with government on this issue and many others, that this is a really important issue that has to be addressed by the state and by other bodies involved in dealing with the state. And I hope that will, in a sense, assure the noble Baroness that this issue is being raised in its importance, and therefore with a target being set of a halving of violence against women and girls, of which stalking forms part. That's a measurable impact that agencies, the police and others will need to respond to government on, and I hope that raises that as a whole. Could I particularly welcome the mention from the Noble Lord Davis for Nicola Thorpe and her work. It takes a great deal of bravery to come forward, and she has done that. The Noble Lord Davis mentioned the cooperation between government departments. Certainly the Ministry of Justice, the Department of the Home Office I represent here, the Department of Science and Technology all have a stake in improving the performance of the government and agencies in this area. And one of the things that has come out of the statement, which again both Noble Lords and Baroness Brinton mentioned, is the multi-agency guidelines and the guidance to various agencies dealing with that, including government agencies who are responsible as arm's length bodies or agencies delivering for central government departments. I know the Noble Baroness Brinton said again, and I recognise she said again, but I say to her that there hasn't been any guidance given to date by government on a multi-agency basis that is effective. This is the first time this has happened, and in the statement we've agreed to do that. Cyber stalking is important, and that will be part of the assessment of the government response downstream. And the Noble Lord Davis mentioned resources. We're in a very strange time, as the House will recognise, that we haven't yet announced the police settlement for next year until December. We haven't yet allocated resources for 25-26, and we haven't yet, with the Treasury, determined resources for 26-29. So these matters will come in due course, but at the moment we haven't yet done that. The issue that Baroness Brinton mentioned of culture change is extremely important, and putting victims at the heart of the response is extremely important, which is why we refer not just to Nicola Thorpe but also to the work of the Susie Lampu Trust and the way in which they have responded. Baroness Brinton has raised a number of issues relating to social media. That is equally important, but I say to all members of this House that if they look at the statement, the work on multi-agency guidance is going to be brand new and important. The review of the legislation to see how we can improve that, including many of the areas that both frontbench spokespeople have raised, is important. The collection and publishing of data for the first time is important. The victim's right to know, which Baroness Brinton focused on, is extremely important, because once the victim does know, then steps can be taken and action can be monitored and individuals can respond to the agencies that I mentioned. And that is in this legislation proposed for the first time. The management of behaviour to tackle some of the long-term issues of low-level offenders initially who may raise the level of their game is equally important and is in for the first time. The stalking protection orders that we're going to be putting in place when parliamentary time allows is extremely important and will help prevent further engagement by stalkers and by those who legislate. And the national standards for examination of how we can deal with individuals, but also raise the level of this issue and improve the performance of our agencies, are all equally important. Many of these matters will have been announced in another place this week, are being repeated here today, will require legislation at a later session of Parliament or in this session of Parliament. But I hope that the government's intention is clear. We will not stand for stalking. We want to give victim protection. We want to improve the performance of the government and its agencies in this area, and we want to ensure that there are legal basis to give the type of protections that the Noble Lord Davis and the Noble Baroness Brinton have both suggested. And this will be an ongoing discussion as legislation comes before the House, and I look forward to both Noble Lords contributing to helping improve the performance for victims and the prevention of this activity in the first place.
My Lords, I welcome the statement yesterday by the government. I was taking part in an online conference organised by the Susie Lamplugh Trust yesterday morning, and the Minister, Jess Phillips, was there in her usual form. She has the ability as a politician to speak words which do not sound as if they are being spoken by a politician, and she slightly pertinent to the previous debate we've just had, she understands the language that victims use themselves and need to hear so that they know they're being heard. So I commend her for that. I have 4 particular points that I would like to raise. The first is that the government's pledge to reduce the level of violence against women and girls is entirely welcome. It's a no-brainer. How to do it, of course, is the problem. At the moment, a lot of the funding for stalking is inextricably interlinked with that for domestic abuse. The two are not the same. They overlap, but a very significant part of stalking, about 64%, is not domestic abuse related. And if that is not recognised for the separate issue it is, and is not given the right resources, we will continue to have all sorts of problems. The second is, while it is valiant to try and do something about the perpetrators themselves, I think that will not be done effectively by the current the ways in which this is being done. The Susie Lamplugh Trust has pioneered something called the MASSIP programme, which is a way of getting every single informed body around the same table so that together they can speak with a real insight into and knowledge of the individual perpetrator, usually it's a him, his history, his behaviour, the type of stalker he is, the probability or possibility, if there is any, of him actually being able to be influenced to stop doing what he's been doing. And that really needs to be encouraged. It is an existing best practice and it works. Thirdly, access to independent stalking advocates is vital. The statistics are simply spellbinding. Every victim who has access to an independent stalking advocate, the chance of conviction is 1 in 4. For a victim without that access, it's 1 in 1,000. Even those who don't know very much about statistics would recognise the quantum difference between the two. Lastly, best practice. Jess Phillips mentioned yesterday, and it's in the statement, the best practice that exists, for example, in Cheshire. Cheshire has really, has got is the top of the Premier League, thinking about another bill that's taking an inordinate amount of time in your Lordship's House, in terms of really working in a coordinated way, being very open-minded and being prepared to pioneer approaches, which I'm afraid the majority of other police forces, for all sorts of good reasons, I'm sure, have not done. We know it works there, and it works incredibly well. The government has inherited a system of 43 different police forces, 43 different police and crime commissioners, and we have a system where the British tendency to try and create the wheel in our own image repeatedly it exists and flourishes in that environment. There is a point at which Her Majesty's government is going to have to mandate best practice and ensure that it is adhered to and followed. If we know it works, let's use it.
I'm grateful to the Noble Lord for his very constructive contribution. I can't compete with Jess Phillips in terms of language, but I will certainly refer back to her the points that have been made throughout this debate as a whole, and I think the Noble Lord will recognise that Jess Phillips is absolutely 100% committed to meeting the targets set in the government's manifesto, is passionate about not just the issues of violence against women and girls, but also understands the very point the Noble Lord has mentioned between the difference between domestic violence and stalking, and is cognizant of the fact that she'll need to work with other government departments, such as the Ministry of Justice particularly, to look at how we can improve performance in these areas. He's mentioned stalking advocates, which is a very constructive contribution. What I will do is I will refer to Jess Phillips and note that and look at how we can work with that suggestion in due course. Best practice is extremely important. Cheshire is very close to where I live. It's just over the border from where I live. I know the area very well. I know the good practice that's going on. And part of the government's objectives, as set out in the statement, is to ensure that we can look at best practice, incorporate those into guidelines, work together with a number of agencies, health, police, probation and others, to give statutory guidelines downstream, and to help support those agencies to reduce the level of stalking and other criminal activity that's linked to that. He makes an extremely valid point, because the question of advocates, again rises with me, is that the police recorded last year 131,912 stalking incidents. 8% of those cases only ended up in a charge. A number of those cases, and this is what shocked me and it will shock the Noble Lord, 66,000 of those stalking cases were closed due to the victim not supporting action. And I think the point that he makes about stalking advocates, I think, is really central to that point. People need support, because for many people, this is the first time they may have come into contact with the criminal justice system. All of us have different experiences of it, but this might be the first time they've met with a police officer about themselves, about a court, about all of those things, and therefore somebody who stands back and who's an expert in this, who can guide them, reassure them, might well lift that 52% not progressing rate to a higher rate, and then might also mean that the number of people convicted of stalking offences, which increased last year under the previous government by 39%, is only still 1,239 convictions against stalking offences recorded of 131,000. That needs to change, and the culture needs to change, and I hope that the measures in this statement will assist in that, if not complete the task.
My Lords, I welcome the statement. I wonder if the Noble Lord the Minister could respond to the question about whether or not the stalking legislation review will deal properly with the stalking that can happen on the internet, and increasingly is the case in which people are being terrified about it. In particular, I'm concerned about the circulation of deep fake pornography and its close connection to stalking and the way it's used to do that. Is he aware of the private members' bill on this subject, which is going to be brought forward on Friday by Baroness Owen, which actually deals with deep fake pornography and which would provide a quick and easy win for the government should they be prepared to take that on? And could he have a look at that?
Grateful to my noble friend for raising that issue. I can give him the assurance, which I hope will help, that the government intends to review the legislation on stalking. There are currently 2 pieces of legislation that relate to stalking offences. What we want to do is have a deep dive into whether or not they are fit for the 21st century and for offences that are being undertaken now, and whether or not the fast-moving pace of things such as he mentions in relation to both cyber stalking and also deepfake, internet, AI and other mechanisms, whether legislation is appropriate not just for today but for the future. The legislation on Friday will be responded to by the appropriate minister in due course, which is not myself, but I hope that my noble friend will recognise that this is a serious issue and that deep dive on reviewing the legislation will take into account all matters.
My Lords, can I really follow up on the last question about online? First of all, I support the announcement, particularly today's announcement of an extra 3,000 police officers, which is excellent. I think 13,000 people to be working in neighbourhoods, which I think is a fantastic announcement. And I also support this extra work for all the reasons that have been outlined about stalkers, particularly the right to know who your stalker is online. My particular question, and it's really going back to the question about resources, and this is a usual question in one way, but I hope the Minister will understand exactly what I'm talking about. Online investigations are difficult. Often the attacker can be abroad. You have to establish the digital profile, and once established they're abroad, it may be that that means that the investigation may not go no further. But the neighbourhood officer won't be able to do that. So it will need specialists. And if we are to mimic the Cheshire example, which actually follows the Met example for fixated individuals who are fixated with members of the monarchy, it's a good example. It works. It will take resources. And mine is not a general plea to the police have got to have loads more. It's not that point. It's the speciality of the resources, and it won't all be cops. So it's how you get that balance to make sure that these things happen. Because often the cultural response that I think people have rightly identified is that they don't know how to approach it, and they haven't got the resources to do it. So it ends up getting parked, and that's not a good outcome. But I'm afraid that's what happens. They don't always have the expertise, and they don't always have the resource to follow up. I think if the government's able to address that without spending tens of thousands of people, it will really help this go forward.
I'm grateful to the noble Lord for his broad welcome for the stalking statement today, and that made by my friend Jess Phillips in the House of Commons yesterday. It's really important that we do get former senior police officers like himself endorsing that approach, and I really welcome that endorsement and thank him for it. He will know that the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary have today again reconfirmed issues which I've mentioned in this House to date about an additional 13,000 neighbourhood police officers, and that will help at a local level on a range of issues. But I do take his point about the need for specialist support. As I mentioned to the noble Lord Davis, I can't give a commitment on resources as of today because the police settlement has yet to be announced in December. Next year's settlement is yet to be announced. The spending review is yet to be announced. But that speciality will form part of the need and assessment review that we've got. There is a need for Police Chiefs Council and for the College of Policing to look at those particular issues. That again I think will be part of the mix going forward. But I hope I can assure him, as I can the House as a whole, that this is a serious matter that the government wishes to address. It's taken steps to address it in this statement. It welcomes contributions to how that can be built upon. But ultimately we will be judged by the test of whether we reduce the number of incidences reported, increase the number of incidences that are followed up, and increase the number of prosecutions, as well as, in the longer term, taking steps to ensure that young boys growing into men, growing into adults particularly, have a respect and understand their role in society. And that's a longer term understanding as well that we need to be working on. So I take his points and I hope I've answered them as best I can today, but it's issues we will return to.
My Lords, I welcome my noble friend the Minister's statement, or the repeat of the statement from the Commons. And in the statement, it's absolutely right that the focus should be on the victims of this horrendous behaviour, and that's the heart of the response. But we do have to ask ourselves what we are getting wrong as a society that people come forward perpetrating this sort of behaviour. I don't think it's just about evil people. I think that it's learned behaviour, and it's learning as part of how we raise people in this society. Now, the statement does touch on this, and my noble friend was getting towards the the end of his last reply, it refers to the need to engage with perpetrators, need to consider the root causes of this behaviour and to address those behaviours. But all of that needs more attention, it needs more resources, particularly, but not just in the sphere of mental health. I was particularly struck by the reference by the noble Baroness Lady Brinton, who referred to someone who'd been in prison 7 times because of this behaviour. My assumption is nothing happened in that prison to address those behaviours, and unless we get that right, dealing with the outcomes is the wrong end of the issue.
I'm grateful to my noble friend for his contribution, and he raises an issue which I touched on briefly at the end in relation to the noble Lord Hogan Howe, which is how society approaches the issue of stalking, of stalkers don't just appear aged 18, 25, 35, 45, whatever age they are. They're formed by the way in which their education forms them, the communities they live in, and the respect that they need to show to fellow members of society. That's a much wider issue, but one of which, again, the government is cognizant of and is trying to look at longer-term solutions for. He mentions the individual that was mentioned by Baroness Brinton, who'd been in prison for several multiple offences. That's a difficult challenge, and it's one that we have to look at addressing. But I say to him again that part of the national standards for progress, part of the examination that's been trailed in this statement about managerial behaviour, part of the way in which the probation service, on a multi-agency basis with the guidelines that we're going to set, are going to be having interventions on those individuals who have been proved to be perpetrators, then those are issues that the government is cognizant of and will be taking forward in the next 3 years. And the particular issue, which I think is extremely important, which is the right of victims to know who the perpetrator is, pre-conviction, that gives at least some security that we know can take steps and can look at interventions as well to change behaviour. This is about preventing stalking and preventing the harm that stalking brings. That goes right back to early prevention and early education, right the way through to dealing with persistent offenders. And I hope that, at the very least, this statement has set a direction of travel that the government can follow.
Motion for debate. Housing supply and homelessness. Baroness Warwick of Underton.
My Lords, I welcome this opportunity to highlight again the current housing crisis and the rise in homelessness, and I'm grateful to all noble lords who've chosen to speak in this debate. My Lords, the facts are truly shocking. They're reflected in innumerable reports over the last few years. Charities like Shelter and Crisis have been sounding warnings for years. Sector bodies like the National Housing Federation have lobbied hard for increased supply of homes that can be afforded and are of good quality. The Church of England has produced 2 important reports re-emphasising the crisis we face, and I'm glad that the Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, has chosen this debate to make his valedictory speech to the House. He instigated the 2 reports and has shown a strong commitment to ending homelessness, and I know that the House will appreciate his many valuable contributions over the years and look forward to his valedictory address. My Lords, it must be a crisis when millions of people and families in this country cannot find or cannot afford a decent home, a home where they feel secure, where they can thrive, and where their children can learn. The Labour manifesto was clear that the housing crisis was a national priority and committed to delivering 1.5 million homes over the Parliament. Beneath the government's headline commitment to deliver 1.5 million homes is an ambition to provide the biggest increase to social and affordable housing for a generation. As I hope to outline today, a major new programme of social house building is more critical than ever, and the role that supported housing can play as a part of that is urgently needed if we're to make any progress in dealing with homelessness. In the autumn budget, the Chancellor promised to deliver not only a £500 million boost to the Affordable Homes programme, but also flexibilities to councils when using right to buy receipts and consultation on a new social housing rent settlement. On homelessness, additional funds of £233 million were announced, a positive initial step. But these are the only foundations on which to build. Demand will still exceed supply, even if that target is fully met. Excuse me. Housing has an impact on health policy, on education policy, on immigration, justice, transport, employment. Just about every arm of government has a role to play in addressing this crisis. It's a huge challenge for the government and for the minister. I want to urge the need for a long-term strategy, and that will depend not only on achieving cross-departmental support, but also some degree of cross-party support for long-term policies that can be sustained beyond the lifetime of one parliament or one government. I hope the party opposite will agree to play their part in achieving this. My lords, the sheer scale is daunting. There are over 8 million people in England who can't access the housing they need, with a large portion of them requiring social housing. National Housing Federation research into overcrowding found more than 310,000 children in England are forced to share beds with other family members. 1 in 6 children are living in cramped conditions. That's around 2 million children. An increase in the number of people facing homelessness has been compounded by the cost of living crisis. The latest official statistics showed a 10% increase in the number of households who contacted their local authorities due to being at risk of homelessness. A record number of families are homeless and living in an inadequate temporary accommodation. Temporary accommodation is disrupting children's education, undermining their well-being and piling enormous pressure on families. Temporary accommodation, predominantly delivered by the private sector, is often poor quality and unsuitable for families who report high levels of stress, anxiety and depression. Temporary accommodation was created as a short-term solution, but the rise in homelessness and lack of suitable social housing means households can spend years in temporary accommodation, even where it's available. The increased need has meant local authorities have to rely on B&Bs and hotels. This has become a huge financial burden on the local authorities, who between April 2023 and March 24 spent a total of £2.3 billion on temporary accommodation. The number of rough sleepers has also continued to rise to record levels. In London alone, the combined homelessness and information network has reported a 19% increase in rough sleepers compared with last year. My lords, the last Labour government reduced rough sleeping by more than 2/3 in its first term by taking a cross-departmental approach. So can I ask my noble friend the Minister to update the House on the work the Deputy Prime Minister's Ministerial Task Force is doing to end homelessness? Will the Minister commit the Government to working with mayors and local government leaders to achieve this? The link between homelessness and health is well known. Unmet mental health needs and lack of treatment for substance misuse are known factors that can trap people in the cycle of homelessness. Health is more than just the absence of disease. It's about people's overall well-being. Health starts at home, and the housing crisis has had an awful effect on people's health, with long-term consequences. It's increasing the financial burden on the NHS and costing £1.4 billion per year to treat those people who are affected by poor housing. Housing that is properly adapted to suit the needs of residents and having the right support in place is key to keeping people out of hospital and living independently. The tragic death of Awab Ishaq reminds us that poor quality homes can also contribute to avoidable deaths and can increase the risk of developing asthma and other respiratory conditions. My lords, we must commit to ensuring that nothing like this ever happens again. Overcrowding can put a real strain on families. Reduced privacy and the lack of space to study or play have been linked to developmental issues and poor mental health in children. Appropriate housing with support where needed can help relieve pressures on the NHS by enabling timely discharge from hospital, preventing readmission and helping people access health services early on. Will the Minister ensure that the long-term housing policy is integrated into the ambitions set out in the NHS 10-year plan to ensure that it looks beyond just the number of new homes and addresses housing conditions, types, affordability and support? My Lords, I referred to supported housing. Homelessness schemes are essential to ensuring that people get the support they need to break the cycle of homelessness. But the sector is facing a truly dire financial situation. Cuts to funding and the financial stress of supplying temporary accommodation has forced local authorities to make some very difficult decisions. This has included decommissioning vital supported housing and homelessness services, a lifeline for vulnerable groups at risk of rough sleeping. Despite the increasing need for supported housing, 1 in 3 supported housing providers have had to close services in the past year, and 60% expect to close schemes in the future due to viability. This will lead to an increase in need for temporary accommodation and residential care, and so increase even more the financial pressures on local authorities. The NAO's July report argued that, quote, dealing with homelessness is creating unsustainable financial pressures for some local authorities. My Lords, funding constraints are undermining local authorities' capacity to prevent homelessness and invest in good quality temporary accommodation or indeed other forms of housing. I hope the government is under no illusions about the scale of the pressure that councils are facing after years of underfunding and increasing demand for services. It would be helpful if the Minister could confirm the steps the government is taking to reset the relationship with local government. My Lords, there are some things that can be done quickly. The Empty Homes Roundtable on the 19th November highlighted the urgency of tackling long-term empty homes as part of broader efforts to alleviate housing shortages, reduce homelessness and improve housing sustainability. It focused on the need to improve funding flexibility to enable local authorities to acquire and refurbish empty homes, simplifying enforcement measures like empty dwelling management orders, and the importance of linking empty homes initiatives to wider national housing, homelessness and retrofitting strategies. While the NAO report I referred to is based on the legacy of the previous government, it presents a further challenge for the government now as it develops its own strategy for dealing with that legacy of homelessness and insufficient housing supply. Local authorities, along with housing associations, are key deliverers of social and supported accommodation. The government's commitment to a long-term strategy is essential if it's to ensure a stable and sustainable building programme. The NAO also warned that funding had remained fragmented and generally short-term, and it's worth noting that the constant changes in Housing Minister over the last 10 years cannot have done much to encourage longer-term thinking. I hope this government will learn that lesson. I want to turn briefly to the private sector. It has a significant role to play in house building, but it has severe limitations. The private market has rarely delivered more than 150,000 homes a year, and in many years, fewer than that. The only post-war period where we've built more than 300,000 homes a year was when we were building over 100,000 council homes as part of the mix. Importantly, this was founded on a firm cross-party commitment to the value of social housing. The speculative private house builder model means market homes won't build out quickly enough to deliver 1.5 million homes this Parliament. Boosting social and affordable housing will be vital to the new government's plans for housing-led growth and delivery. So I hope the Minister will agree that we need a big uptick in social house building, as well as moving ahead with planning reform that will open up sites over time. And let me just comment briefly on planning. In recent years, the total number of homes that were granted planning permission fell sharply, from 302,000 in 2021-22 to 236,000 in 22-23. Can the Minister tell us what the government is doing to reform the planning system in order to deliver the quality of homes and infrastructure the country is crying out for? And I hope these issues will be raised in more detail by other speakers. So let me conclude, my Lords. We know that building social homes speeds up and stabilises overall house building, as well as increasing the resilience and productivity of the construction sector. And it boosts growth. The National Housing Federation and Shelter commissioned research which showed that building 90,000 social rented homes a year would add £51.2 billion to the economy. So social housing is not a debt or financial burden on the Exchequer. It's a precious national asset, and we need to invest in it, protect it and maintain it. Will the Minister commit to reinforcing this vital message with the Treasury in the forthcoming spending review? Increasing the supply of homes alone won't solve the housing and homelessness crisis. We need investment in our existing homes to improve quality. We need to secure long-term ring-fenced funding to protect supported housing and homelessness schemes. My Lords, we should consider the scale of the opportunity as well as the challenge. Every year, social landlords save their tenants £18 billion compared to equivalent rates of rents in the private rented sector, meaning lower income families have more income after housing costs to spend on essentials. This is a contribution that's been overlooked by successive governments. So looking ahead to the spring spending review and the government's long-term housing strategy, will the Minister urge her Secretary of State and colleagues at the Treasury to ring-fence funding for housing-related support allocated to local authorities? It's also vital we provide more flexible revenue and grant funding so that supported housing can deliver and develop according to local needs. My Lords, 14 years of austerity and piecemeal solutions has had an appalling impact on housing, but solutions remain within reach. Will the Minister commit to working across all government departments to cover all aspects of housing, ensure this feeds into its long-term strategic planning?
The question is that this motion be agreed to.
My Lords, I'm grateful to the Noble Lady Baroness Warwick for sponsoring this debate and for introducing it in such a compelling and moving way. And like her, I also look forward to the valedictory speech from the Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury. And I pay tribute to the work of the Church under his leadership in raising the profile of housing and identifying some solutions, and in particular the work of his Commission on Housing Coming Home, which was published in 2019. And I'm sure he'll want to develop some of those themes in his speech today. My Lords, this debate follows a similar one in March this year, which I initiated. And I started off by saying, I want to outline what steps might be taken in the next Parliament to improve housing outcomes for everyone. And my Lords, I then outlined a large number of policy changes, and the Noble Lady Baroness Taylor, then in opposition, said this in response to 3 of my suggestions, and I quote, He raised some important issues about downsizing initiatives, incentivising to sell properties from the private rented sector, and institutional finance, especially pension funds. This is something we definitely have to look at. So I want briefly just to refer to those 3 initiatives and gently inquire about progress. And I begin with the last, as the need for institutional finance for rented accommodation has been underlined by the passage of the Renters' Rights Bill. I support that bill, as I did its predecessor, the Renters' Reform Bill, but as I said then, it must be accompanied by measures to increase supply. All the evidence is that private landlords are exiting the market, a process accelerated by the recent budget. My Lords, the number planning to sell is predicted to grow exponentially next year, with a massive 41% of private landlords planning to sell at least some rental properties, and only 6% planning to buy. This has an important impact on rents. Recent figures from Zoopla show that there are now 21 households bidding for every property to rent. Recent budget decisions were branded as disappointing by Paul Johnson, the director of the IFS. Referring to stamp duty, he said this, I quote, "At least part of the consequence will be to reduce the supply of rental housing and so increase rents." So, my Lords, what we need to do is to put the private rented market on a much more sustainable basis. Other countries have a different model, which we should progressively adopt. In Europe, long-term institutional finance provides secure, well-managed rental accommodation. In this country, it provides just 2% of the rented stock. So we need to progressively reduce our overdependence on the private landlord, who can only release his capital by selling, and get the financial institutions to invest in what historically would have been an even better investment than equities. Now, at the meeting which the Noble Lady, the Minister, was kind enough to hold with me last week, she explained that she was working on this with the Treasury. They too want pension funds to invest more in the country's infrastructure, so where better to start than housing. And local authority pension funds have an interest in increasing housing supply, in turn helping the government achieve their ambitious target of 1.5 million new homes. So, my Lords, we do need urgent progress on that particular front. I turn next to downsizing initiatives. There are 3.6 million homes with 2 or more spare bedrooms. Many older people want to trade down or right size, freeing up their homes for young families. And an older person triggers a chain of movements promoting labour mobility and making better use of the country's housing stock. In the medium term, the planning system should be much more proactive in ensuring the right mix of new builds, and we look forward to next week's NPPF to see if there's a step in that direction. Professor Mayhew estimated that we need 50,000 homes for older people per year who want a right size, but we're only producing 8,000. Finally, my lords, incentivising to sell properties from the private rented sector. Many families have to rent, but as I said, private landlords are leaving the market due to high interest rates, concerns about impending legislation, a less attractive tax regime and new energy efficiency standards. What we should do is this: we should say to private landlords that if they sell to their tenant, no capital gains tax, no stamp duty would be paid. This would not be a right to buy, but an incentive to sell. This would have a dramatic effect on home ownership for those who would prefer to own and not rent, almost certainly lowering their housing costs and enabling them subsequently to move up the home ownership ladder. For the landlord, they could realise their capital without having to give notice to the tenant. So, my lords, it would be a win-win policy, which I would gladly allow the government to adopt. And I look forward to hearing from the Minister progress on the 3 initiatives which she commended only a few months ago.
Well, my lords, I should first remind the House that I'm the Vice President of the Local Government Association, and I want to thank Baroness Warwick of Undercliff for this debate. And I agree with her that we need a long-term strategy and that the scale of the problem is indeed daunting. And I thank the Noble Lord Young of Cunneen too for his very important suggestions, I feel, around the private rented sector and in particular the impact of the increase in stamp duty on potentially on private sector rent levels. My lords, there have been many reports on the housing crisis and how to address it. Reports by Shelter Crisis, the National Housing Federation and the Affordable Housing Commission, chaired by the Noble Lord Best, with the Smith Institute and the Nationwide Foundation. And, of course, the Church of England report, Homes for All, published earlier this year, which rightly talked of our moral duty to ensure that all households have access to affordable, safe and quality homes, and I agree. And so it is appropriate that the Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, has chosen this debate to make his valedictory speech. My lords, all these reports have urged a national housing strategy for affordable housing to be a national priority, and that is housing which is genuinely affordable. The homelessness figures today give us a stark warning. The 123,000 households, including 159,000 children in temporary accommodation. Council spending on temporary accommodation has reached £2.29 billion last year, which the National Audit Office has said is unsustainable. It is unsustainable, but we cannot solve homelessness without building many more social homes for rent. And we should always remember that secure, affordable homes are fundamental in addressing child poverty. So we have to build capacity in social housing for rent. And I acknowledge the sum immediate out by the government recently for up to 5,000 new social and affordable homes. And indeed, I acknowledge too the need to protect new build social homes. For the fact is that around 11,000 council or housing association homes are being built a year, but last year 23,000 were sold off or knocked down. We have to stem the loss of homes for social rent. Indeed, some 2 million homes have been sold under the right to buy, of which some 40% are now in the private rented sector, with higher rents in that sector pushing up the housing benefit bill. My lords, I applaud the scale of the government's ambition. The government has promised the biggest increase in affordable housing in a generation. I welcome this and I hope it proves true. Government is promising 1.5 million more homes by 2029. But we should just bear in mind that the Chief Executive of Homes England said in a message to staff recently that it would need 2 parliamentary terms. And the Centre for Cities has said that the government will undershoot by 388,000. But anyway, a target is not an outcome. Outcomes need plans, and plans need to be published and debated and outside of the spending review. My Lords, there is a big problem. 1 million homes since 2015 in England and Wales have planning permission but haven't been built. That is 1 in 3. Yep. And 70,000 housing association and council dwellings are currently standing empty, a figure that has been rising. So as an urgent priority, might the government address solutions to these 2 immediate problems? And we should remember also that government spending on housing is at its highest level ever in real terms. But 50 years ago, 95% went into building and improving homes. Today, it seems that almost 90% is going into housing benefit, on which the government is now projected to spend £35 billion a year by 2028, which, my Lords, is clearly unsustainable. Now, in terms of numbers, lots of ambitious targets have been set by a wide variety of bodies. It does appear as though the Secretary of State may be thinking of a number lower than some of those supported, say, for example, by the National Housing Federation. And that, I suggest, is the consequence of their understanding of the significant structural problems in delivering large numbers in the short term. And that is because we need to build capacity in councils and housing associations. We need a bigger construction workforce. We need more planning officers. It isn't just the planning system, it is the resourcing of the planning system, when we should just bear in mind that more planners can be self-financing. So I welcome the government's sense of direction, but with 1.2 million households on local authority waiting lists, solutions have become urgent. Let the government concentrate in putting into place the foundations we need to address this housing crisis of high demand and inadequate supply. One of those foundations could be that local authorities should be able to buy land at current use value rather than hope value. But the test of success will be that homes become genuinely affordable to those on median and low incomes.
My Lords, I'm grateful to the noble Lady Baroness Warwick of Undercliff for introducing this debate brilliantly. I'm also looking forward to hearing from the Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, who has been a consistent champion on behalf of the homeless and the badly housed. My Lords, I think there is likely to be almost universal agreement in this debate on the need for a huge increase in genuinely affordable, secure accommodation. I'm only the 4th speaker, and I find that I'm going to be repeating what has been said already. But perhaps that shows a unanimity of view on the urgency of the situation. We've heard the figures for homelessness and for temporary accommodation, with special thanks to Crisis for their comprehensive briefing. We know of the impossibly long waiting lists for social rented housing. Government wants the housing associations and councils to build far more new homes, but there is an urgent need for investment in the existing social housing stock. The Grenville tragedy has highlighted the necessity for spending billions on remediating unsafe buildings. We now have the Social Housing Regulation Act with Awab's law. This requires cold and mould properties to be treated very quickly, backed up by an enlarged role for the Housing Ombudsman. So the social housing sector has turned its attention to the need to address its backlog of maintenance and major repairs. Meanwhile, we see the impact of inflation on building costs, land costs, interest rates. All this means we are unlikely to build nearly enough new homes to meet the pressing demands.
A quick calculation of the proportion of the 1.5 million homes government hopes to see built during the course of this Parliament suggests that less than 10% of those new homes will be affordable for those on average incomes or below. So what can be done to dramatically increase output of social rented accommodation at a time when public funds are so scarce? Let me suggest three potential ways forward, and there has been no pre-discussion on this, but I find that two of my three have already been, their space has been taken by the noble Lord, Lord Young of Cookham. But let me expound my three. First, it seems quite possible that the huge expense of the land for development may in future be reduced where the uplift in value can be captured for the public good, if necessary backed by compulsory purchase powers. Where land is bought by local authority arm's-length development corporations, not least those established for the new generation of new towns and urban extensions, a comprehensive master plan can parcel out sites to a range of private and social developers, achieving quality placemaking as well as higher levels of social renting. Second, we have failed nationally to recognise the opportunities as well as the obligations from demographic change by building specifically for older people, as noted in last week's Older People's Housing Task Force report. Significant financial benefits can be achieved. On the one hand, more suitable accommodation for older people pays its way in postponing or preventing hospital admissions, delayed hospital discharges, home care costs and moves into residential care. And on the other hand, each new home for an older person is likely to achieve 2 for 1 by releasing a family home for the next generation. This secures the precious asset of a social rented family home at no cost, while better serving the needs of an older person. Third, a shortcut is needed to secure accommodation for those forced to accept highly unsatisfactory temporary accommodation and to address the crippling costs of this temporary accommodation for local authorities. An answer lies in channeling funds to the acquisition and modernisation of the private rented properties where landlords want to exit the market, not least under new pressure from the renters' rights legislation coming down the track. Government could incentivise the outgoing landlords to sell to a social landlord through exemption of capital gains tax. Stamp duty doesn't work so well because that's paid by the purchaser and the social landlords won't be paying stamp duty. But capital gains tax presents a real opportunity. This approach, as advocated by the Affordable Housing Commission, represents back to the future for housing associations whose main output in the 1960s and 1970s was in buying and improving street properties. It means investing in property rather than paying private landlords exorbitant rents for low-quality, short-term use. Bricks, not benefits. I do hope the Minister can comment on these three ways of getting a bigger bang for the public buck: capturing land value, addressing unsuitable, under-occupied housing for older people, and once again purchasing and upgrading unsatisfactory private rented housing. Now I'm honoured to hand over to the Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and I pay tribute to the leadership and inspiration he has demonstrated in relation to the housing crisis.
My Lords, it is often said, and it is a cliche to say it, but hey, I'm the Archbishop still, that if you want to make God laugh, make plans. Well, on that basis, next year I will be causing God more hilarity than anyone else for many years, because the plans for next year were very detailed and extensive. If you pity anyone, pity my poor diary secretary, who's seen weeks and months of work disappear in a puff of a resignation announcement. The reality, which I wish to start with and then pay some thanks and then talk about housing, the reality is that there comes a time, if you are technically leading a particular institution or area of responsibility where the shame of what has gone wrong, whether one is personally responsible or not, must require a head to roll. And there is only, in this case, one head that rolls well enough. I hope not literally. One of my predecessors in 1371, Simon of Sudbury, had his head cut off, and it was then the peasants, the revolting peasants at the time, played football with it at the Tower of London. I don't know who won. It certainly wasn't Simon of Sudbury. The reality is that the safeguarding and care of children and vulnerable adults in the Church of England today is thanks to thousands and tens of thousands of people across the church, particularly in parishes, in parish safeguarding officers, is a completely different picture to the past. And however, when I look back at the last 50 or 60 years, not only through the eyes of the Makin report, whatever one takes one's view of, however one takes one's view of personal responsibility, it is clear that I had to stand down, and it is for that reason that I do so. Secondly, I want to say thank you to so many people in the House. This 12 years, I cannot think of a single moment where I've come in here where the hair on the back of my neck has not stood up at the privilege of being allowed to sit on these benches. It has been an extraordinary period, and I've listened to so many debates of great wisdom, so many amendments of bills that have improved them, so much hard work. And I've also found that despite the fact I still can't find my way around this building, that the staff here are endlessly patient as I look panic-struck when I suddenly find I'm standing on a green carpet and not a red one, and have guided me to the right place. I am hugely grateful, and I'm very grateful to noble lords who've been kind enough to send supportive and encouraging notes over the last few weeks. It has been a great privilege and strength to have that. Housing, as has been said, is one of the key areas of life in any society. When I look back historically, there are, and I won't develop the whole history, but whenever this nation has taken a huge step forward since the end of the Napoleonic Wars, three things have played a part: housing, education, and health. Housing, education, and health. And where they have changed, they've laid a new basis for a healthy society, not just physically, but in every way. And I believe that is what we're called to do now. There's been much reference to the two reports the Church of England has issued, and I am in the same place as much of what I was going to say has been said. So I will say it, I won't say it again, I will say something slightly different, but very briefly. The Coming Home report that the noble Lord Young referred to so kindly sets out 5 words beginning with S, which it decided, it recommended as the moral centre of good housing. That housing should be safe. We've heard and we know about the need for that through Grenfell, through mould, and the need to improve the safety of housing. That housing should be secure so that people know that they can bring up families. That housing should be stable. People shouldn't constantly be forced to move without choice. It is utterly disruptive. And that housing should be sustainable. That it should be zero carbon. We cannot afford to build tens of thousands of houses which increase the problems of climate change. But I want to add 2 things. First of all, housing must be affordable, particularly social housing. Social housing is one of the areas which is very inelastic in terms of supply and demand we need clear criteria for what affordable means. One of them has to be in proportion not to the average cost in the area, which is the present test, 80% of average costs. Well, I can assure you, as we come to the end of our time where we're living at the moment and start looking for a house to buy, 80% of average market costs puts us a very long way away from where we'd like to be. And that serves us right in some ways. But it needs to, the affordable housing needs to be related to income, not to average cost. It needs to be measured against real living wage in a particular area if it is going to be genuinely affordable. And secondly, it's no use building houses unless you build communities. Housing without community sets us up for the social problems of the future, perfectly. So when we build houses, we have to create the open spaces. And I forgot one S, which is satisfying. It has to be a place where children can play, where families get to know each other. I would say, obviously enough, that where there's a church, or at least a community centre that acts as a church, where people are brought together. Community facilities in most of our new developments are nugatory, nil, useless. We have to do better. A last comment. The Church Commissioners for England hold about 5,000 to 6,000 acres of strategic land out of their total 100 to 200,000, well, 100,000 acres of Church Commissioners' total land holdings, and another 100,000 in the hands of dioceses and parishes and trusts and so on. I know that they are now working on plans for working with government and local authorities using the mapping tool developed in the Coming Home report to see the best places to get together with others and have economically helpful and areas with good return. Look at what the Duchy of Cornwall has done with that. How you can look down a street and see, you can't distinguish which is social housing and which is non-subsidised housing. That also is part of the way in which we treat people with respect. I hope that the government, and I look forward to hearing from Noble Baroness, the Minister, I hope the government will undertake to work right across the sector of landholders so there may be good mixed development that brings people together and sets us up for a better future. And that as part of that, it is done in the building deliberately of communities before you talk about individual houses. My Lords, I am hugely grateful to have been here. You remain in my prayers and in my deep affection and profound respect for the huge contribution made by this House to our nation, which it usually does not recognise. And I'm hugely grateful to Baroness Taylor for allowing this debate to happen.
My Lords, it's a privilege, it's a real privilege to have an opportunity to follow the Most Reverend Primate. We first met in Durham Cathedral, and on that occasion it was a great civic occasion where I was the appointed preacher and he was the recently arrived, merely at that time, Right Reverend Prelate. And I preached at him, and he's blessed me, and it's been like that ever since. A month or two later, in May 2012, the Most Reverend Primate made his maiden speech in this house. And on that occasion, he was still the Bishop of Durham, and he toured the heights of his experience, drew massively on his secular experience as well as his religious experience. He has played a large part in the banking and financial sector themes that we've pursued in this House and in Parliament generally. And indeed, he is a towering figure in many other ways. After all, he has officiated at the funeral of Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth, and crowned the brand new King and Queen in his turn. And he has been a great campaigner for women's consecration to the episcopacy, and has seen that happen, and we just cannot divorce him from the achievement of that great step, which has greatly enriched this House. And ethical investment, which crosses between morality and ethics on the one hand and finance performance on the other, is another of his great themes. But in a sense, I could pursue a tour d'horizon of the great themes that he has taken some part in, but it wouldn't really get to where I want to be. In his maiden speech, as well as proclaiming the virtues and the qualities of the Northeast, and we remember that Newcastle drew last evening with Manchester City, very good thing. He also championed another issue, which was loan sharks and people with payday loans at extortionate interest, and they were gone within 2 or 3 years after he struck that note. And from then until now, where he chooses for his valedictory address to speak on housing and homelessness, that's the theme that runs for me right through this particular primate's life and witness, like the word Blackpool through a stick of seaside rock. And somewhere along the way, he has espoused the marginalized, the oppressed, the poor people of the land, and internationally too. He has traveled to every province of the Anglican Communion, and we can only honor him for his stamina as far as that is concerned. Stamina to get there, but holding it together is an entirely different challenge. Somewhere on that parabola, he quoted a line from Nelson Mandela, which I think is the hallmark for his particular ministry. And he said, "Poverty," Mandela, quoted by the primate, "poverty is a matter of justice, not charity." And that is a pretty high bar to set. And so I honor him for his work. I'm reading a book at the moment. It's an enlightening book. I'm enjoying it. It traces the history of John Milton's Paradise Lost through its various iterations and usefulness around the world. And it is really, truly an insightful book. But it is called What in Me is Dark. There isn't a member of this House, not one noble lord or lady, who has not had to face the dark at some stage in their lives. And we can only feel with the Right Reverend Primate now as he gazes into his. None of us feeling superior as we do so. But also, it's a good thing to follow John Milton's quotation to its end. What in me is dark, illumine. What low, raise and support, that to the height of this great argument I may assert eternal providence and justify the ways of God to man. That's nobler than the cut-off title of the book that I'm reading at the moment. One last word, if I may. I have some indulgence on these matters, on these occasions. It's very
dangerous to give such an indulgence to a Welshman, but I'll do my best. And it allows me to give vent to a long-nurtured secret of mine, a secret desire of mine, which is to quote some Latin as an alumnus of Llanelli Boys Grammar School to an old Etonian. From the Aeneid, Aeneas is looking in Carthage at a mural showing Juno at the fall of Troy and all of Aeneas's friends who died in Troy. And he weeps to see them fallen. Sunt lacrimae rerum, et mentem mortalia tangunt. There are tears at the heart of things, and the mind is affected by ideas of our mortality. There are tears at the heart of things. I'd guess that the Nobel Prize knows that as well as anybody. But there can be tears of joy, and we must hope that the future, that the Right Reverend, he's not the Right Reverend, I just demoted him, that the Most Reverend Primate will enjoy, with Caroline and the family, will be full of joy. The joy will invade the darkness and dispel it, so that the man we know will have a chance to be himself again, breathe his own air, and stand in his own dignity. Justin, I'm going to miss you, and I think we're going to miss your family too. God bless you. And so to the business of the day. So to the business. But I want to start with the Most Reverend Primate. Again, he says somewhere that his beginnings were messy. The opening chapter of his life. And I can say that mine was messy too. For him, he was 3. For me, I was 5.5 when everything broke down and darkness descended upon us. I still have the letter from my father's solicitor to my mother, indicating that she was to take her 2 boys out of his client's home, and to do that within a week. So my mother, with 2 little boys, was on the street. And for days we were on the street. And a kind neighbour in little 2 up, 2 down houses would put us up, but the pressure on their space was great. And in the end, my grandparents, who had 2 rooms as caretakers in a factory, decided they could live in 1 room so that we could live in the other room. I grew up in 1 room in a brickyard. Now, at 5 or 6, what can I say about homelessness? Because I've decided I want to say a word about the homeless. Let others talk about construction and targets and all of that. What can I remember? I'll tell you what I remember. I remember my mother's face, tear-struck. I remember her despair. I smelt her panic. Before the welfare state, how was she going to put food on the table? How could she cope with life and its demands? How would her boys have a chance to wear shoes and underwear? So I remember homelessness, and I've refused to call it homelessness ever since. The plight of homeless people is what I'll call it, in order to remind ourselves that homelessness is about people. And their needs must be paramount, and we must find ways of forging policies that hold them and their well-being in mind. Fast forward 40 years, and I've inherited a program of social work that was begun by Donald Soper, of beloved memory. And one of his institutions was a homelessness centre, open 365 days in the year. Brilliant, brilliant piece of work. The work I did in those few years enabled me to become friends to homeless people. One of them, called Tom, would take me around with him. He spoke Hungarian. He had a PhD. His life had fallen apart. He'd resorted to alcohol. All of them have got stories. But Tom took me to where the IMAX cinema is now, on the Waterloo roundabout. I'm sure the noble Lord Bird knows what I'm talking about, where the homeless would gather, often with a fire. They would send scouts from amongst their own community to the railway stations to see if any children were running away from home and before predators got hold of them. An advice centre in the festival hall that helped people who were newly homeless to cope. And one night, just one, I spent a night in Lincoln's Inn Fields. Tom told me how to wrap my legs in newspaper and my lower body. He told me where to find the best cardboard. Outside McDonald's. Not so much grease in it, therefore the rodents wouldn't bother me in the night. In the middle of the night, we were woken up by a soup kitchen that wanted to feed us with sustainable food. I have to say that when the rain started at 3 o'clock in the morning, I was a coward and I went home. But I've never forgotten the comradeship of the people in Lincoln's Inn Field, the jokes and the banter. Homelessness is about people. This debate is about finding ways to solve the needs of people. And if we don't do that, then all the statistics and trends and budgets and hopes are for nothing. I'm so glad that I'm being followed by the noble Lord Bird, who has a more authentic voice than I on these matters.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. My family are Irish, and I think they are even more verbose than the Welsh, but we won't have an argument over that. I should explain to you why I'm not going to bamboozle you with loads of statistics. I should explain to you why what we've been talking about today, I can probably make very, very little contribution. And the reason for that, I should explain. 10 years after I started the big issue, I was asked by the Times newspaper, what was I going to do for the next 10 or 20 years? And I said, well, you know, for the last 10 years, I've been mending broken clocks. And for the next 10 or 20 years, I'm going to try and prevent the clocks breaking. 501 homeless organizations were with us in 1991 when we started the big issue. They supplied every conceivable thing for a homeless person, from a condom, not a girlfriend, a condom, all the way through to where you could clean yourself, where you could sleep and all that. But not one of those organizations was ever asking a question that I wanted to ask. And that was, when is somebody going to turn the tap off? Why is it that we often see homeless people as homeless? I have never met a homeless person whose problem was homelessness. I met somebody who, like a social iceberg, had just above the water where you could see homelessness. But underneath it, I could see all sorts of things. I could see abuse. I could see social isolation. I could see mental health problems. I could see largely 90% of the people I have worked with and I come from, 90% of them inheriting poverty. I was with Prince Charles once at a meeting in a building, back, and he did say anybody could fall homeless. And I thought to myself, well, that's not quite right. I couldn't imagine Prince Charles homeless. But what it was, he was trying to create the idea, and so many people do, that anybody falls homeless. Our dear Lord Griffiths mentions a PhD student who can read Hungarian. Brilliant. I could bring you dozens of them, but I could bring you thousands upon thousands of people who have inherited poverty. And because they inherited poverty, there is a predictability of failure that none of us have ever really addressed. I think we tried it some years ago, well, 75 years ago, when we created the welfare state. What we tried to do was address the issue of the fact that there were people who were unwell, ill-educated, and were doing jobs that destroyed their bodies, and they were caught in poverty. But did we ever really put the effort and the energy and the drive and the wonderfulness of our intellectual ability to say, why is there no science for breaking people from poverty? Or why is there no science or no government department that is especially turned into looking to preventing poverty, so that you don't have the only inheritance you get, which is you are poor? I believe we live in an age of dunces. Unfortunately, the dunces are the people who are making the decisions. I'm astonished at the fact that poverty costs so much to us. I reckon about 40% of every pound that is paid to the taxpayer, 40 pence goes into poverty. We, in a sense, leave poverty. The Conservatives are great believers in leaving poverty to work it out, because there are so many examples of people who come with 2 or 3 generations away from the coalface, or even 1 generation. So we think poverty should just be sorted out by leaving the system to go. And then the Labour believed, why don't we invent methodology that will create social housing but not answer the problem? Only 2% of people whose children are brought up in social housing ever get out of poverty. Only 2% ever get to the university or even finish their levels or whatever they are. And in my opinion, we have these big contradictions. And until this House and that House embraces the idea of finding a way of turning the tap off, we will just have a lack of the use of social housing as a forerunner for getting out of poverty.
My Lords, I'd like to congratulate Baroness Warwick for initiating this debate and making such a powerful speech ranging across the complex issues that we've heard about. Lord Bird has just reminded me of the terrible situation that homeless families have, and how difficult it is to recover from that. And I'd also like to thank the Noble Primate for his very, very powerful speech. His words will be missed much in this House. I want to turn to a rather more matter, which is prosaic matter, which is the supply of housing. We have failed over the last 14 years, 15 years, to build enough houses. In fact, as the statistics were explained earlier, that goes back many decades. The government's commitment to build 1.5 million houses over the next 5 years has been widely welcomed. But is it achievable? And within that commitment, can the downward trend in homes available for social rent be reversed to help the less well-off and the homeless? In 2016, the Economic Affairs Committee of this House report entitled Building More Homes proposed that 300,000 homes be built each year, with the majority of them being available for social housing. This was a cross-party committee, including Lord Forsyth and others. And we also recommended that the combination of local authorities, housing association and private developers would finance and develop those houses. The report highlighted the challenges achieving that target. First, the need for a significant improvement in the planning resources of local authorities, which have become seriously depleted. Second barrier is the marked reduction in capacity of the house building industry itself over the previous 5 years. Large firms continued to thrive. Medium, smaller sized firms were much thinner on the ground, reduced by retirement, financing problems, and a reduction in the supply of skilled labour. In the 7 years since that report, houses building has fell well short of that 300,000 target. And although the data is patchy, the numbers of new homes built for social rents shows that there's been a marked downward trend. In 22-23, only 700 new social rent homes were built. Private providers added to around 5,200, which was offset by a loss of 4,500 to the Right to Buy scheme. And during that year, those 7 years, the planning resources have continued to shrivel, and finance, particularly for SME builders, has become much less available. Financial Regulations Committee recently heard the risk-weighting capital imposed by regulators on lenders wishing to provide SME house builders is far higher than that required for mortgage lending. Unsurprisingly, the provision of mortgage finance has grown apace, benefiting from strong competition. But the supply for SME house builders is now 60% of that has to be found from private resources, which is a clear evidence of market failure. The banks are unable to provide it. The supply of skilled labour has reduced, with a failure to boost training and the return of many of the Eastern European tradespeople to their homelands. In its recent Mansion House speech, the Chancellor made clear that she wanted to see regulators adopting a more pro-growth culture. If that call is to be heeded, it would enable us to reduce the risk weighting on these for these smaller SME builders, which would obviously increase the supply of affordable finance and housing. Planning departments remain seriously under-resourced and are able to produce applications of all kinds in a timely way. The government recently set up a new expert delivery group to accelerate the buildings of homes stuck in the planning system. The expert group should consider setting up regional task forces comprising experienced planners to support local planning authorities to expedite planning approvals. House builders and developers will, I feel sure, provide funding and help to find professionals to support the these task forces. A key responsibility for strengthening the planning system will be to achieve a significant increase in the supply of homes available at social rents. Planning departments must be firm in their resolve to use their powers to ensure planning consents for home developments include the highest possible number of social rents. This will be helped by the Chancellor's announcement of 500 million in new funding for the Affordable Homes programme, increasing it over to 3.1 million. These government actions to date and its decisions to set up mandatory housing targets, local targets, and to introduce reforms to right to reply to protect the social housing plot, taken together, do give confidence that the ambitious target may be realistic and may be achievable.
My Lords, I declare my position as Vice President of the Local Government Association, and I thank the Noble Lady Baroness Warwick of Undercliff for securing this debate, which has been so well inscribed and so well populated by Noble Lords. But when we're talking about housing policy, what's really noticeable is that the government focus is on supply. For the Green Party, the focus is on what kind of homes do the homeless need and how will they get them. For we can all agree that to fix the current crisis of homelessness is a crucial priority for our society. That's not just the people we see right here on our doorstep, on the streets and in the tube stations of Westminster, sleeping increasingly uncomfortably and at a danger to themselves as winter draws in. Also, and what damage is this doing, the families in temporary accommodation. For England, at the highest level since records began 22 years ago, a 15% increase in the year to June. And also the young and not so young, people forced to rent a room in overcrowded shared housing, inadequately housed with no realistic hope of future improvement. Reluctantly tolerated couch surfers, households forced to squeeze into homes, which there are several of them. Yet when we hear the government talking about housing, the focus is always on house building. The milestone Sir Keir Starmer set out with much fanfare this morning was building 1.5 million homes. The talk was about foisting homes on unwilling communities with planning so-called reform, despite the fact that a third of homes receiving planning consent are not being built. That means more than 1 million approvals handed down since 2015 have not resulted in homes. Had all of those homes that were granted planning permission been built, the government would have hit the target of 300,000 new homes a year in 8 out of the past 10 years. So why are they not being built? Well, they're mostly large-scale schemes of a handful of mass-market developers whose entire aim, whose legal responsibility for their directors, is to maximise profit. Their responsibility is not to build homes. And what generally makes the most profit? So-called executive homes, often freestanding and wasteful of the scarce resource of land, built to poor energy efficiency standard, on greenfield sites without public transport provision and feeding into already congested roads. What are those going to do for the homeless people on our streets, the families crowded horribly into B&Bs without housing facilities, young people who've moved back home to the family for want of a rental deposit? The government is applying the theory that suitable housing will eventually trickle down to those who need a decent, secure, affordable place to live. But just as trickle-down economics has been a total failure, so is trickle-down housing policy. We need to build or repurpose and refurbish genuinely affordable, high-quality homes close to transport and other facilities that meet the needs of people, rather than focus on the profit for the market. And of course, relying on an under-regulated, non-competitive monopoly in the private sector to supply housing has not just resulted in a failure of housing numbers. The Grenfell tragedy exposed in a huge disaster the deadly failure of quality and safety. End Our Cladding Scandal, the campaign group, estimates that 600,000 people in Britain still live in homes at heightened risk of a fatal fire, and 3 million own homes that they can't sell for fire safety reasons. Since Grenfell, more than 15,000 people have been forced to move out of their homes indefinitely. Now, what's the story behind that? I go to an account from James Meek in the London Review of Books of the now infamous Skyline Chambers in Manchester. The building was completed in 2007 by a company called Space Developments UK that was then built by the multinational Irish-based house builder McKinney in 2000, a few years later. When it went down in the financial crash, Skyline was picked up from the creditors by Wallace. a company that is owned by an Italian investor, sometimes styled Count de Vignolo in official documents. It's a Cambridge-based network of companies that's owned by a Gibraltar-registered company, Perseverance Limited, which in turn is owned by a Guernsey-registered Hortville trustees. That's what's supposed to be supplying housing. What do we need to do to tackle homelessness, to reshape our housing policy, our society, so that it works for people and planet, rather than human needs and planetary essentials being ground down by the demand for profit? We need to shift our understanding to housing primarily as homes, affordable, secure, quality places for people to live, rather than as simply financial assets. We need to tackle the financialisation of our housing supply, as we need to tackle the financialisation of our public services, of our whole economy. Now, the government is starting just a little to demonstrate that it realises these old 20th century economic models are not working. In Sir Keir's speech this morning, we saw something of a shift that, as previewed by Politico's London Playbook, starting to realise that just talking about growth provokes the question, but who is it for? Who benefits from this growth? The same question must be asked about our housing supply.
My Lords, I congratulate my noble friend Baroness Warwick of Undercliff for securing this debate and for her very powerful opening speech. It's a pleasure to follow Baroness Bennett of Manor Castle, and also to have been here for the valedictory speech of the Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and to hear his brilliant description of why housing is so important to society. It was also a pleasure to hear the tribute from Lord Griffiths of Curryport. I'm a newbie to this House, but I can absolutely see, having heard the Most Reverend Primate's speech, how much his contributions are going to be missed. I want to focus on the plight of young people facing homelessness or struggling to get on the housing ladder. And in doing so, I want to pay tribute to the work of the organisation Doncaster Housing for Young People. I was a patron of the organisation when I was an MP and saw at first hand many of the challenges faced by young people in Doncaster, exacerbated by cuts to local authority budgets and a shameful lack of social housing, not just in Doncaster, but nationwide. And that's why I particularly welcome this government's strong focus on a cross-government homelessness strategy and the commitment to build 1.5 million homes in England, which was reiterated by the Prime Minister this morning, with a focus on building new social homes for rent and protecting existing social housing, driven through by the Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner. And the reason why I think the cross-government approach is so important is that the experience of people like Stuart Shaw and Michelle Beck from Doncaster Housing for Young People is that so many problems for young people start if they grow up in poverty and have little family support around them. Growing up in poverty, as Lord Bird said, does not necessarily mean that people will inevitably become homeless, but virtually all the people Doncaster Housing for Young People supports come from disadvantaged backgrounds. And that's why the Sure Start programme of the last Labour government was so valuable, and why the emphasis on preschool support to families under this government is going to be so important, bringing in with it the Department of Education. And doing poorly at school and lack of skills has long-term consequences, reduces employment prospects, which inevitably leads to difficulties getting affordable and stable accommodation. So access to breakfast clubs, mental health support, mentoring support, as the government has promised through the Departments of Education, Health and Business, through the newly created skills England agency to equip young people is absolutely crucial. And the DWP goal of earning or learning might seem a tough message, but is, in my view, essential. And as we follow the journey of a young person, then we come to the world of work. Too many young people are employed in low-paid jobs, often part-time, on 0 hours contracts with fluctuating incomes, which lead them to facing huge challenges in terms of not only gaining tenancies, but maintaining them. And the problems they face in instability of this sort is compounded when it comes to accessing, for example, universal credit, and so there is further insecurity. That's why I welcome the changes to 0 hours contracts and increasing job security, as I believe that these will be vital to giving young people security at work and helping them get into rented accommodation or on the housing ladder. My lords, for many young people, navigating systems like the Job Centre can be particularly daunting due to the reliance on online platforms. A young person who loses access to the internet can lose access to universal credit portals, leading to sanctions, delayed payments and mounting rent arrears. And that's where I think the enhanced role for job centres, as proposed by Secretary of State Liz Kendall, is absolutely right. And there's been some very good work done in Doncaster to give wraparound support to young people, tailored to their individual needs. And again, that is incredibly important. So if that role of job centres can be expanded, I think it will be very welcome. We do have to recognise, my lords, that single individuals under 35 face significant housing challenges with the capping of the housing benefit for under 35s. I know this is a matter for the Treasury, but I hope the Minister will consider this in developing the homeless strategy. My lords, Lord Griffiths of Curryport, in his tribute, made some very erudite quotations. My quotation is from what I think is a musical, which may well have been written by some member of your lordship's house. And it is, "All I want is a room somewhere far away from the cold night air." And I fear for too many young people at the moment, this is out of their reach. But I firmly believe that if the government works across departments, it can and should make a difference which will benefit not just young people, but all of society.
My Lords, I refer to my interests as laid out in the Register and also my membership of the previous government's London Housing Task Force and also the Older Persons Housing Task Force. Can I thank the Noble Baroness Warwick for this very important debate on a genuine housing crisis that we face, and also the Most Reverend Primate Archbishop of Canterbury for his great work that he has done, particularly in this area, and I really appreciated his speech. Now, there have been many statistics, and normally I throw out lots of statistics, but I'm going to try and curtail that today. But homelessness is a genuine scourge for this country, and for most people that's perceived as rough sleeping. And as the Noble Lord Bird mentioned, that is a very complex issue. But I want to deal with the rest of the iceberg that people do not see. The amount of temporary accommodation, the amount of sofa surfacing, overcrowding, the cost on families and their budgets, limiting their ability to pay for their energy bills, their food bills and support their children. This is a genuine housing crisis, and it's simple. We are not building enough houses in this country. If I compare us to, say, France, in the period 1983 to 2021, the UK built 7.3 million homes. France built 13.5 million homes. It's no surprise then that the real increase in house prices in the UK since 1970 have been 400%, whereas in France they're 170%, and elsewhere in Europe actually substantially lower. Build more houses, houses cost less money. It's relatively simple. And this is exacerbated in the UK that we have very uneven demand. The demand is very much focused on the south and in particularly in London. And London is the issue I'd like to focus on. It's where we have our biggest housing crisis. 300,000 people on the housing waiting list, 70,000 children living in temporary accommodation, local authorities spending over £1 billion a year on temporary accommodation, and rents representing more than 50% of average gross earnings. House prices of approaching £20,000 per square metre in central London. If I compare that to my own authority and also the Noble Baroness Taylor's authority in Stevenage, where it's more in the region of £3,000. That has a massive impact on availability. And this ripple impact of London is impacting homelessness and cost of housing outside. Now, London is not doing well on delivering houses. It is down at 32,000 in the last 12 months, 30% below the figure of a few years earlier, whereas the rest of the country also is down, but only by around about 10%. And the risk is that this year, London will deliver even fewer houses. The London plan suggests we should build 52,000 homes. The latest government figures suggest 80,000. The previous government, 100,000. Whatever the figure is, it is genuinely far, far more than it is being delivered today. And it's not because of a lack of opportunity. The GLA identifies that they have about 1 million sites for 1 million homes in London. Anecdotally, this could be increased significantly through regeneration of housing association and council housing estates, densification and the use of industrial land. It is not unreasonable to suggest that you could build 2 million homes in London. And why is this not happening? Well, as I speak to developers, they constantly tell me it's got harder and harder to build in London. There's more and more regulation, more and more legislation, more and more consents. It is just too difficult, and the planning system is incoherent. And as that, many house builders are no longer prepared to build in London unless they have the full cooperation of a local council. Now, an example of this is the London plan. And while there are many admirable aims in that local plan, it was described to me by one developer, the 133 clauses, as 133 reasons not to build. There is not one clause in the London plan that actually makes it easier, faster or quicker to build a home. And that's why when I was on the task force, we came up with a recommendation that there should be a strong presumption in favour of granting planning permission on brownfield land where that local authority is not meeting its housing targets. This was adopted by the previous government. I would ask the Noble Baroness Minister whether she will also commit her government to this.
My Lords, I'd also like to thank Baroness Warwick of Undercliff for securing this important debate. I declare my interest as President of the Rural Coalition, as the Vice President of the LGA, and of course I want to offer my thanks to the Noble Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, for his valedictory speech. During his tenure, he's been a champion of housing, and we've already referred to the report Coming Home, pertinent both to today's debate, but of course is relevant to His Majesty's government and for their very good, ambitious targets to build more housing, and I hope we can assist the government in achieving that. Homelessness and rough sleeping are on the rise. Government statutory homelessness figures released last week revealed that 159,380 children are now homeless and living in temporary accommodation, a 15% increase in a year and the highest figure since records began in 2004. More particularly, the CPRE report on the state of rural housing from November 23 showed that rural homelessness has increased by 20% since 2021 and 40% since 2018-19. Now, there are a number of very particular challenges around the housing crisis in rural areas which are often overlooked in national policy, and it's where I want to focus my remarks. There's an acute shortage of affordable housing, particularly in smaller rural communities. Only 9% of the housing stock in parishes with a population under 300 is social housing. That's compared with 17% of the housing stock being social housing in urban areas. Between 2019 and 2022, rural local authority affordable housing waiting lists were up by 31%, compared with an increase of 3% in urban areas. There are still not enough affordable housing developments being delivered on rural exception sites, and very few affordable houses are being provided in settlements with a population under 3,000. The impact on rural communities is immense and very often overlooked. I want to move on to the difficulties in planning policy that are holding back the development of rural affordable housing. In 66% of smaller rural communities, the National Planning Policy Framework prevents local authorities from taking an affordable housing contribution from small sites. So I asked the Noble Baroness the Minister, will His Majesty's Government respond favourably to the calls of many rural organisations to allow local planning authorities to seek affordable housing contributions from sites of fewer than 10 dwellings in communities with population of 3,000 or fewer? There's also the untapped potential of rural exception sites. The rural exception site policy as it stands is poorly implemented. There's a lack of consistency in its application and a number of risks and costs associated in their development. Between 2021 and 2022, only 17% of local planning authorities used the rural exception site policy. And in 2023 to 4, 56% of rural exception site completions were in only 2 local authorities. There's a really great opportunity here, and we need to work out how we can develop it. So may I ask the Noble Baroness the Minister whether the Government will introduce a national development management policy for rural exception sites and also introduce a bespoke planning passport for rural exception sites so we can speed up delivery. I turn briefly to rural housing enablers. DEFRA's evaluation of the RHE programme has allowed people to return to their communities, to maintain support networks, provide care and support for the elderly and vulnerable, or help with childcare. RHEs have been supporting community engagement on housing developments, funding by DEFRA for the past 2 years at a cost of just over £2 million annually. I believe this was a great initiative by the previous government, and I commend them for the work that was done. This work has led to an increase in schemes in the pipeline with the potential to deliver over 2,000 new affordable homes, but this is in jeopardy as the funding is due to end in March 2025. I wonder if the Noble Baroness the Minister could update us on whether there are any plans to renew this funding.
sensibility hit it, not working very well. So that was a good day. Yeah, next week let's see what's happening to no, but I think once we get like into the place with the rap video, we sing it, stress it out.
Oh my God,
I think she's just too worried now.
She's too tied to the creative concept.
Yeah, and I think because the thing is, last year it was more last minute and she didn't like that experience. So this year she's just been on it for like 6 months ago. And that's where she's trying to get it right, not be rushed. Unfortunately, it's just like where we at. I think we'll be alright. I think she's just worried about doing it the way she does it. And I hope, you know, the break that you grow, you're ready to but that would make it easier. But I feel like it's
That's fine. On Monday, they just split. Oh, there we go. Oh, the light is Yeah.
Okay, lovely. What we'll do, I'm going to stay up for call of Christmas trees, Bliss, and then we'll come down and come back up again on the phone. Okay, thank you so much. Cheers, guys.
Sorry, please, question to start. This guy, the AFP guy. This guy. Oh, sorry, he's over to. Yeah, he's coming back. That's all right. You're right. Is that all right? That's out your way, is it?
Lord Mayor, Your Excellencies, Mayor of Oslo, Mayor of London, Your Worships, Councillors, ladies, gentlemen and children, pray silence for the Lord Mayor's chaplain, Father Christopher Colvin.
In the first story of creation, as recorded in the book of Genesis, we're told that there was darkness over the whole world. And that God then said, "Let there be light." And there was light. In all the great faith traditions, there is this contrast between light and darkness. It's no coincidence that the annual celebration of the birth of the one who calls himself the light of the world should take place in the depths of winter, close to the day with the least sunlight. A light that shines in the dark, a light that the darkness cannot overpower. Our Christmas tree here in Trafalgar Square, the welcome gift of the people of Oslo once again, stands at the heart of this great metropolis of London. And as it is illuminated tonight and through the coming season, it demonstrates our desire to live in the light. Let it be a powerful sign of our shared hope for peace and goodwill within and between the nations. In a world so often darkened by conflict and inhumanity, we remind ourselves that it does not have to be like this. Let us commit ourselves to do all we can to enlighten others' lives. And so together we now sing the carol, "O come, all ye faithful."
Pray silence for the Right Worshipful, the Lord Mayor of Westminster, Councillor Robert Rigby.
Once again, welcome everyone to this year's Trafalgar Christmas tree ceremony. It is my great pleasure to be here with you all to celebrate the gift of this wonderful tree and, more importantly, its meaning. We gather here today thanks to a long-standing friendship between the United Kingdom and the Kingdom of Norway. Today marks the 77th year a Christmas tree has been given to Britain by the people of Oslo in thanks for all the aid Britain provided to Norway during the Second World War. In 1940, when the Nazis invaded Norway, King Haakon VII escaped and found shelter here in London. From there, he and his government helped coordinate the Norwegian resistance against the Nazi occupation. When in 1942, a Norwegian resistant fighter cut down a spruce tree during a raid, he sent it to King Haakon, who in turn gifted the tree to the people of London. So began a decades-long tradition. Now every year, the gift of this tree stands as a testament to the gratitude of the Norwegian people and to the enduring bond between our two countries. We are ever grateful to the people of Oslo for this gift. The fact is that we couldn't imagine Christmas here in the city of Westminster without a Norwegian spruce, in pride of place here in the heart of the capital. I was privileged to be in Oslo a fortnight ago, together with the Mayor of Oslo. We felled this Queen of the Forest. The Queen is selected years in advance. This year's tree is 57 years old. The trees chosen are always entirely natural. No special genetic modifications, just the simple beauty of Norwegian nature. I was honoured to help fell the spruce before it made its journey to London. Now, after a trip over the North Sea, we see her here in all her glory, standing at 20 metres high and decorated shortly with lights in a traditional Norwegian style. So on behalf of the people of London and the City of Westminster, I thank the Mayor and the City of Oslo for this wonderful gift. Before we switch on the lights, I would like to now hand over to the Mayor of Oslo, Anne Lindeboe. Thank you.
Pray silence for the Mayor of Oslo, Anna Lindeboe.
Lord Mayor, Your Excellencies, Mayor of London, ladies and gentlemen. Hei alle dere norske her I dag. Hei alle barn. Are you having a good time? Dear friends, I've been looking forward to presenting this year's Christmas tree from Oslo to you. It's a Norwegian spruce which the Lord Mayor and I cut down in the forest of Oslo 2 weeks ago. I like to think about the tree as a 60-year-old, 20 meters tall lady. Despite her age, she has little life experience, having lived her entire life rooted to the same spot in the forest. She's truly a country girl on the adventure of her lifetime. As a woman in my 50s, I know that looking fabulous at our age takes time and effort. We ladies of a certain vintage can be a little bit touchy about comments on our appearance. Knowing that some of her predecessors have attracted a little bit of criticism, you can imagine how nervous she is now that the lights will soon be lit. But I can assure you, she's all spruced up and ready to shine for the people of London! Oslo's annual Christmas tree gift is an old tradition dating back to the 1947. It's a token of gratitude for the help and support we received from the people of Britain during the Second World War. This year, to share with you one of our most treasured Christmas traditions, we have invited a boys' choir to join us. The Norwegian Broadcasting Boys' Choir, Sølvguttene, the Silver Boys in English, are under patronage of the Queen of Norway. To many Norwegians, Christmas begins with the choir's annual televised concert on Christmas Eve. As we look forward to their performance, let's remember that Christmas is more than anything a holiday that belongs to the children. It's heartbreaking to think about the ongoing wars in Ukraine and in the Middle East, where innocent children will not be able to experience the peaceful joy of Christmas as we do. I hope that the tree can remind us what friendship and support mean. I hope the tree, with its lights, can offer comfort to those who are struggling. The tree stands as a symbol of love and peace. It's the proof of our two countries' strong ties. In the coming weeks, this Christmas tree will spread its lights to the people of London and everyone passing by. On behalf of the people of Oslo, I wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I hope each of you will have some peaceful Christmas days where you can be together and care for one another. God jul fra Oslo, alle sammen. Now, let's make the Christmas tree shine. So, I would like to invite Lord Mayor Robert Rigby to join me in switching on the Christmas tree lights. So, let's all count down from 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
London, pray silence for the Silver Boys.
This evening,
Pray silence for the Lord Mayor.
Thank you, the Silver Boys, and welcome to London. Wasn't that magnificent? What a delight it is to have such a renowned Norwegian institution perform for us here this evening. There are many other important thank yous to be made. I would like to pass my sincere thanks and gratitude to the Agency for Urban Environment in Oslo and all those who have been involved in nurturing and felling the tree, to DFDS for transporting this magnificent tree across the North Sea, and to all those responsible for delivering the tree to London and installing it here in Trafalgar Square, including teams from the GLA, Westminster City Council, CBRE, Radius Logistics and Underbelly. I would also like to thank the Poetry Society, the Regent Hall Band of the Salvation Army, the Choir of St. Martin in the Fields for their wonderful music and singing, and of course, for the first time, the Royal Marines Corps of Drums. Finally, I would like to express once again my heartfelt thanks to the people of Norway and all those Norwegians here tonight for the most gracious gift and for your unwavering commitment to our shared friendship over these many years. We really are truly grateful that this continues to celebrate our friendship in this way. Christmas here in Trafalgar Square and London would not be the same. And Madam Mayor, we thank you for your continuation to honour this tradition and for continuing to welcome each year the Lord Mayor of Westminster to Oslo. I would now like to invite Aidan, Sebastian and Erita from St Vincent's Catholic Primary School onto the stage to perform their poem, A Baby and a Tree, written by Valerie Bloom as part of a Poetry Society initiative inspired by the gift of the tree.
A Baby and a Tree by Valerie Bloom.
A baby and a tree.
Long ago, a baby was sent from far away. This baby was meant as the greatest gift to the world.
And wise men journeyed from afar, following a distant star, with frankincense, myrrh and gold.
Today from Oslo comes a tree, a gift, a pledge, a guarantee of friendship, love and peace. And like that baby long ago, this tree from Norway lets us know that one day wars will cease.
Though no resounding church bells rang, that night heavenly angels sang, proclaiming peace on earth.
And by this tree we think again of shepherds, angels, 3 wise men, and remember the baby's birth. There's excitement, anticipation,
as this present to the nation
waits to be bathed in light. And gasps of wonder, laughter, cheers warms the chill December air.
At the glorious sight, let the brass band play,
the children sing,
carolers carol and church bells ring.
And as one community, give thanks for friendship, love and joy. Celebrate the tree and the baby boy and our 2 nations' unity.
Absolutely wonderful, thank you. What a delight it is to get to see such a wonderful, fantastic performance from children of St Vincent's School, special for me because I'm actually one of the governors there. So, I think now all that is left is for me, on behalf of the City of Westminster, to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas, and also from Oslo, Merry Christmas. It's time to wish and end with our last carol.
The national anthems of the United Kingdom and the Kingdom of Norway.
the moment when we will actually sing our last carol. Thank you.
Thank you one and all for turning out on this really damp evening. That concludes the formal proceedings of the tree lighting ceremony. May I just wish you a very happy Christmas and to one and all a safe journey home. Good night.